Hey everybody. Hello everybody. Sorry I'm late, y'all. At the last minute, I decided I needed to take the dogs out before I got on because I knew I'd be here for a while. Hello everybody, and thank you all so much for joining. Today is day 5 for Alicia Andrews. We actually are probably going to pick through the testimony today because I think today was another 9-hour stream. Um the first part, we'll just like go through the first part of the stream. I want us to watch the full cell phone evidence, and then Detective Ramos is on the stand today. He's the lead detective. We definitely are going to watch all of his testimony. So I won't be here till 1:45, but I'll probably be here to about probably midnight, something like that. But hey Carter, how are you? Hey Jazz. Hey Summer. Hey Mika. Hey Alicia C. Hey Destiny. Hey Gabrielle. Hey Patricia. Hey Missy. Hey Montresa. Hey Ebony. Ebony, I was just talking to you on TikTok. Hey Jazz. Hey Chaz. Hey Erin. Thank you so much. Hey Ken. She said, girl, I fell asleep on y'all last night. Let me tell you something. When I got off, last night I still had to take a shower, everything, then go to bed. The night that we got off at like 3 something in the morning, y'all, I called myself trying to do some TikToks before I went to bed. You know, it was fresh on my mind. I went to sleep with that phone in my hand. I woke up and the TikTok was just replaying. I didn't even finish the TikTok because I went straight to sleep. I went to sleep. Yeah. And today at work, when I tell you I was so tired, I was so tired because one, I was talking all day. And I think after I got off of live, I may have like gone back to look at some video to make sure I understood things the way they were said in court. I said, Lord Jesus, this right here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, y'all, let me get it started. So I told you guys. So we're gonna skim through the first witness. I know we're gonna skim through the first witness today. But wait, if who watched today? Because y'all said the judge and the male attorney had a back and forth. I didn't see that, but y'all know I'm working and trying to watch. So I'm not watching everything all the time. When was that? Was that before or after the judge and Arian had their little back and forth? Because child, hold on, where Brianna going? Let me see what Brianna going talking about. Have fun. Hey y'all. Oh, that sounds cute, Brianna. Have fun. Bring me one back. Um, choose one of my cute pictures, Brianna. Bring me one back, girl. You in Houston too? Oh, I love me a Houston girl. Bring me one back. I don't know. Call me on FaceTime or something. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, Aaron. Okay, I saw bits and pieces today, but I did, let me tell y'all, for all of you, when is it gonna start being about Alicia? I want to know how y'all feeling today if you watched Detective Ramos already. Mm. Tasha, it was a little intense, wasn't it? So I see a lot of people saying, oh, the judge is biased. The judge, she doesn't like them. I don't know if the judge, I get the sense that she feels like they're inexperienced or something along those lines, because I feel like she's always explaining something to them. And she seems a little annoyed by some of the things that they object to, their reasonings for the objection. She seems a little annoyed by it. Michelle says she knew. James, I've been here since this trial started. It's given she don't like black people. What? But so do y'all think it's only with the defense? I really do think it's a matter of how the defense I don't think she likes their lawyering. She seems annoyed by it. And I'm not going to make it a black thing. I literally want to I want to make it a black thing. Because when she does explain it, it's like okay. But I think I don't know. Maybe she feels like I don't know. I can't say how I feel because all I think is that could have been my daughter. Are you talking? Let me not get on the Alicia sympathy train with you guys today because I think although you can you can have sympathy for her, for the situation, you should also be able to understand why she's sitting in that seat. Hey, Isis. I think, people can feel sorry for her. She's a kid, right? I mean, she's an adult, but you look at her, you see a kid. She was a kid when this was happening. You can look at her and feel sorry, but then there should also be a piece of you that feels like, girl, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Like, you get what I'm saying? Yes, you get what I'm saying? Like, I just wish people could understand that you can feel sorry for Alicia, but also understand why she's in the position that she's in. Hey, Ash, because quite honestly, after today, y'all, listen. Hey, Key, y'all, after today, so let me see. Let's see some of the pictures that I took from today. When I was watching something, it was one picture, y'all, that just had me. Okay. Yeah, I'm still learning how to work this phone. This picture right here, hold up. This one right here. I was like, this girl on the road chilling. She's on the road chilling. I said, okay. She's on the road chilling. Then we go days after the unaliving. I mean, after the murder. Days after the murder. She doesn't look distraught. She doesn't look scared. Like I mean, I have not seen anything. And maybe the defense is going to they really going to show us. But I have not seen, and this is the state's case, so they're not going to show us. But I'm like, damn, what does the defense have? Because from what the state is showing, she doesn't look bothered one bit. Oh God, look at Alice. She doesn't look bothered one bit. Like, wait a minute, I heard it's an indictment coming. What? And Michelle, maybe that's her as a person. I don't know. But I go back to her arrest video. It's just I'm ready for her interrogation video, and I hope we get it. I'm ready for the interrogation video. I don't know. Oh my God, Ronnie, you haven't been in here. We're watching the first suspect from the Julio Foolio murder. Let me see. There were some other messages in here, y'all, that I thought didn't look good for her. The messages about her asking about the Airbnb being booked. Let's just watch. Let's just watch. Everyone didn't watch, okay? Oh, let's just look at what transpired today. I'm going to start with the cell phone dump because I can't really remember, what did she testify to? Hold on, y'all. What was Miss Ma'am talking about? Let me remember.
Yes.
I wouldn't say this is crime scene.
In part because you had the diameter.
Yeah, this is crime scene.
Yes.
So I'm gonna start with the cell phone dump. Now this is her and Arian, but when did the man get in it?
You indicated earlier that 556 NATO would be within that.
You gotta watch that. That
It
was.
would, yes.
What are other calibers?
I'm trying to find him.
Other calibers would be the .223 Remington or a .22 long rifle short Winchester Magnum.
Okay, we'll start with Arian. And I have to say, I'm not sure what the defense's strategy was, but I have want to go back to opening statements to make sure I'm not tripping. Because from opening statements, it felt like the defense was trying to say this girl doesn't know anything about, she doesn't know nothing about nothing. Like, she doesn't know nothing about nothing, you know? I just don't know. I that's how I felt it was. Thank you, Ronnie, for the super chat. Thank you. That's what it felt like. It felt like they were saying that this girl, gang members, she don't be around gang members. This just a girl caught up with her boyfriend. She doesn't know anything about this gang war. That's what it felt like they were trying to say when it came to Alicia. But I'm talking about an overwhelming amount of evidence that shows, at the very least, Alicia knew all the players in each of the gangs. That's beyond common knowledge. You know, you could be from Jacksonville and know there's a gang called ATK, and Young and Ace is supposed to be the head because he is a big rapper. There's this 6 Block gang, and Julio Foolio is in 6 Block. If that is where her knowledge stopped, I would agree with her attorneys. She has common knowledge, but it went beyond that. She knew who was supposed to have killed this person. She knew some of these gang members and pictures with some of these gang members. And then, in my opinion, that's where it went from common knowledge to, oh, she knows. Okay, let me turn it up.
Saying, I won't do this to you. I wouldn't do that to you. And that's kind of this goes back and forth. Any conversation that is, I believe, maybe what the state is suggesting is related to gangs is not on behalf of Ms. Andrews. It's on behalf of someone else who, again, is not charged in this case. And outside of being alleged to have been a member, not connected to this case at all, specifically these charges.
Okay, and just to let you guys know what this first part is about, I don't know if you all remember the other day, they were talking about letting in some text messages between Alicia and her ex. And the judge was like, I'm not really convinced that these should come in. Maybe the state and the defense can work on redacting them. And based on the redactions, we'll see what we'll let in. The defense is basically going to get up and say, we'd rather the state not be able to go back and forth. They can let it all in. So that's what's going to happen. Well, that's what you're watching.
So we reject again based on that information. But if the court is going to allow it in, we believe for context purposes, everything should come in. Everything about the romance and I just want to be a good person and I don't want to be involved in this. All that information should come in before the jury as well, even though we believe it's not relevant.
Okay.
And proper character evidence.
So, sounds like they want the whole thing to come in.
Okay,
You don't want to.
No, I know, absent your objections, but if you're forced to choose between a redacted version or a complete version, you would opt for complete, correct?
We don't believe that the state should be allowed to cherry pick information.
Well, they were cherry picking, they were doing what I asked them to do.
Well, I mean, as far as redaction,
Right.
they shouldn't be allowed to place only into evidence the information that appears to be negative towards Ms. Andrews.
Sure, okay, so then I'll overrule the objection, the whole thing come in.
Your Honor, I just need a few seconds to run outside and let the witness know about that.
Sure.
But if we can please, if there's any objection to the other items, address that first.
Okay, what
Yes.
other item?
So there is a 75C12.
Okay,
I don't know if you want to write it down.
Through
or you just want-
16.
Through 16.
That are being added, Your Honor.
wait, 75, C
12
12 and 13.
Through
through
16.
12 through 16, okay, what are these?
Which I'm not seeing from the defense first.
Well, state, just tell me what they are, and then I'll hear what the objection is.
additional instructions from Ms. Andrews' devices.
Okay. Can I look at them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are the objections? Let's- Okay, let's start with C12. And let the jury know, we just had something come up and I'll be with them shortly.
Your Honor, may I stand up and bench like 012 here?
Sure. Okay, C12 is, looks like photographs, thumbnail.
Correct.
So those are screenshots, I believe, or maybe photos of Ms. Andrews and two individuals that I don't even believe the state will be able to establish who they are. I don't know how they're gonna establish that. I would let them, talk about why they want to get them in, but from our perspective, again, they have absolutely nothing to do with this case. And you're gonna see a pattern between 13 or 12 to 16, that this is again an attempt to introduce improper character evidence by the state to, I don't know, I guess the argument is that alleged that she has knowledge, and I just don't know how far this is gonna go, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know, I'm guessing, I'll let the state answer, but it's something to do with the alleged gang sign? Is that what this is
That is
relevant
correct,
to?
Your Honor, and the date at which that photo was taken or was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device as having been captured on that device predates when she gave her statement. Of
Key,
what
I
was
swear.
co-defendant, Mr.
I
Chance. And
swear.
several questions were asked on cross-examination yesterday regarding whether they knew whether Ms. Andrews had the phone when the photos or screenshots were taken that were introduced versus her co-defendant. These would have been before the co-defendant's involvement.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization of what we were asking. There were specific photos that the state was referencing. The question was whether or not that witness could testify as to whether Ms. Andrews had the phone at the time those screenshots were taken. So it's not about every phone that was backed up, every picture that was backed up on an iCloud device. That's not what.
It's something else I noticed the defense is doing. We saw Isaiah Chance with that phone that day of the unaliving. Oh, baby, they have run with the fact that she don't always have her phone. You saw him with her phone. Now all of a sudden, nothing in the phone, which is a good strategy. I'm not mad at it. Nothing in the phone. We don't know who did it because it could have been him. I noticed that now that is their thing. He had that phone in that video, so he must have had it every other time. Also, never mind, I don't want to spoil it, but yeah.
Question was about, I believe, 3 specific photos that we asked the question about whether or not that witness could say Ms. Andrews took these screenshots or she was the person who did it.
Well, Detective Grayback, he was questioned about, because the phone, I guess her phone, I don't know, I heard this, that it disappeared, was no longer available, something along those lines.
That device has not ever been recovered.
Never been recovered. So then she gets a new phone on, I think it was June the 26th, correct? And then the download happens on the 26th, correct?
Correct, from iCloud to
From
device.
iCloud.
Which is
to
the
the
device
new-
that disappeared, Your Honor. This would have been information that the iCloud was taken.
Right.
So,
But
yeah.
Detective Grayback was questioned about his knowledge and if he knew who downloaded those photos originally and when they would have been downloaded. And there were specific questions on cross-examination noting the date of June the 26th, and definitely the implication was, and I think actually Mr. McLymut asked the detective if he knew if there was any evidence that Ms. Andrews at times lent her phone to Mr. Chance.
That was
That was just-
Which is testified to by the state's witnesses. That's a known fact.
Okay.
Nobody's disputing that. It was the state who implied that because she had only had the phone for a day or so, that somehow that meant information was missing, even though they have the entire iCloud with 370,000 different artifacts. So I guess the implication was that there was some information missing. The point is, the information is from the iCloud, it's not the device. I can throw my phone in the river and download my entire iCloud and get the exact same thing.
Key, okay, let's talk about this. I don't understand why you dumped your phone to go back it back up. I genuinely don't understand. So maybe a piece of the story is missing because I don't understand why you would do that. Thank you so much, Shaniqua, for becoming a member. I appreciate it. I don't understand why she dumped the phone just to back it back up. I don't get it. We're missing something because I also saw messages of her saying something about an Android. So yeah, I don't know.
On my new iPhone that I have on my old iPhone. But the bigger issue is the questions that were asked specifically about the photos that were attempted to be entered into evidence yesterday. They were not about every photo that exists in her iCloud. But I think the even bigger issue is, Your Honor, where does this end? At what point are they not allowed to just keep introducing irrelevant information about, the 50 different gang members that she lives, within a 5-mile radius of that she's come across? They can't even tell us who this person is. They won't even be able to establish who that person is. Whether or not she slapped them in the face and said, "Why did you throw that sign up?" They can't. None of that matters though. It's not relevant.
Listen, this sounded very much like Arian is frustrated. It's an overwhelming amount of evidence against her client. But I'm sorry, if I'm the state, I would have dumped y'all last too, because you sat in front of the jury. Y'all made it seem like that girl didn't know gang members. y'all made it seem like, oh, let me tell you what it was really funny now. Do you guys remember when Alicia's best friend testified and the best friend said she heard rumors of Isaiah Chance being in a gang? Rumors. And then we get all of this evidence that your client your client knew about everyone in every gang they were in. If they swapped gangs, she knew. Your client was very much aware of the gang culture in Jacksonville, and not just on a general level. Like, listen, y'all opened the door. Like, you opened the door. Hey, Kendra, you opened the door to this. So this is what y'all got to deal with. Your strategy at the very minimum should have been, my client, she grew up in a neighborhood that was gang infested. So naturally her friends were gang members. However, she'd known these people since elementary school. My client did everything she could to not get in trouble. That's why she has no record. I would have been happy if you came like that. Like, I would have been happy if you came like that. You know, come like that with it, because that way the state won't get to do this to you. The state won't get to keep dumping stuff, because what the state is trying to make sure the jury understands. This baby, this was her life. This is who she was around. This is who she liked being around. Even with the pictures. This was her.
The allegations in this case. This is becoming a please find her guilty because she knows gang members case. That at least 70% of what we discussed about Alicia Andrews is about who she knows and not how she's connected to this murder. And at some point it has to stop, brother.
And I'm also sorry, but let me ask this. Is there anyone on here who feels that the information that we've seen about Alicia, about these gangs, do you feel the state has done a good job of at least helping you understand how she's connected to everything outside of just her boyfriend? Outside of just Isaiah Chance, has the state made a connection between Alicia and this ATK and 6 Block and 1200 rivalry? And this is, let's not bring in Isaiah Chance. Let's not bring in Isaiah Chance, because this is Arian's argument right now. They just keep they just keep showing all these pictures, and it has nothing to do with what's alleged in this case. What? Girl, no. Hey, Shameen. Hey, is this Keisha? I hope I said that right. She gonna have to take the stand somewhere. Make me understand. On social media and gain knowledge of ATK, especially if they're from the area. So Alice, regardless of what you're saying there, there's still a connection, right? It's still a connection. The fact, let's get it even deeper, Alice. Let's think about Therese, her ex. Does anyone in here remember who Therese used to be affiliated with before her and Chance got together? Does anybody remember? I just want to know if there's anyone in this live who remembers who Alicia's ex was affiliated with. I'm just trying to, my girl Alice said no. She said anybody in Jacksonville could have made that connection from social media. So let's go. No, Alice, look, it's deeper than that. It's not just about knowing, right? It's not just about knowing these things. It's literally Therese, her ex, used to be around Foolio. So now that's her connection to Julio. Julio may not have known her, but now she is connected to someone who's connected to him. Then we've got her current boyfriend. Who is he alleged to be connected to? Ace. So it's not just like she knew. She knew she's connected to parties that are very close to the situation. Very close. Not only that, I didn't hear it yet, and maybe I missed it. Like I missed it. Here go Alice. What's the difference between that and Aaliyah? Aaliyah is not on camera stalking Foolio. She's not on camera stalking Foolio. No, I get it, Alice. People, I guess for me with the Aaliyah situation, no one can offer up evidence as to why Aaliyah is guilty. What do y'all think Jacksonville police thought when they said, oh, and just so you guys know, Aaliyah, she used to be the girlfriend of boom, boom, boom. Why do y'all think Jacksonville told them that information? Hey, Chelsea. Why do you think Jacksonville told Tampa, hey, the young lady that was in this car, you need to know that her ex-boyfriend was Trayvon. He was killed in 2018, and he is connected to Young and Ace. No, not because they cleared her. They wanted Tampa police to know that this could be a setup. There could be something weird going on here. Otherwise, why would they give them that information? They felt just like y'all. Why is she with Foolio? Right. Why is she with Foolio? This may be something you should look into, right? They told them this. Like the Jacksonville felt just like y'all. But guess what? Yes. Jacksonville felt just like y'all. Y'all might need to look into this. But ultimately, what happened? Nothing about that young lady. Hey, Natalia. Nothing about Aaliyah. Nothing about Aaliyah and what was going on came anywhere near to what the other 5 defendants had going on. Shameen, first of all, they already knew that girl was his girlfriend. It tells you they have seen her on his social media. These people, they stalk social media. They knew who that girl is. They knew that girl was. They knew who that girl was. I know she was running with them and believed she knew what was going on, but I think she thought she would never catch a charge for what. I think so too, Shataka. We can call a spade a spade. I think so too. I really do believe Alicia thought, I don't think she felt like what she did was as wrong as the others. Hence this law. I don't think she thought, when we get to her outside of the club, I want you to look at her mannerisms. She's just trying to just blend in with the crowd. Just blend in with the crowd like everyone else. So anyway, let's get back.
Okay, let me take a look at the other ones real quick. So that is C12, C13.
My bad. I just have to say, I just love being on stream with y'all because y'all are I love a good conversation. I love y'all.
It looks like these are photographs again.
So I'm scared of what? You're not talking about on these videos. Nothing about her looks scared on them videos.
It's actually a video, but there's only one still from the video. If you're on our, you can see the last page is the still from the video.
Right. Okay. And what's the significance of that?
The individual depicted in this image is the individual that Miss Andrews is messaging with from the messages that we've just looked at that the state was providing potential reactions to. He is a member of the opposing group, and those messages are.
Oh, you
should
have to report.
Conversation. This is them in a relationship prior to her involvement with ATK and 1200 members.
So
This is a picture.
Is this the K Shorty or is this someone? This is K Shorty. Okay.
And if I recall, Your Honor, I believe the point of that this entire text thread was not to show that they were in a relationship, it's to show that she had knowledge that he had some sort of gang involvement. And if that's the case, why does this photo matter? Other than to show the jury that she's posing up with gang members.
Exactly.
That's the entire point of all of
Exactly.
And
Well, but then she's taking photos and saving them.
It's Arian pissed, and I'm like, yes. This is the state. The state has to make sure the jury knows who your client is. They don't want them fooled by the fact that she's 4'11", that she's pretty. She looks so innocent. They don't want her fooled. They want the jury to know, like, yes, this girl was around gang members all the time. That's the whole point.
to her phone of herself with gang members making gang signs.
My response to that is so what? Why does that matter to you guys?
Well, to me, it seems like it goes to the weight the jury is supposed to give as opposed to admissibility.
But this is a way of what, Your Honor?
Okay, first of all, you guys stood up in opening statement, okay? And you told this jury, and there is no evidence she's a gang member, or that she's associated with a gang member.
It's not just, it's further than that, Your Honor.
I'm not done. So you get up in opening statement and you say, this was just a romantic getaway. She thought she was going with her boyfriend somewhere. She didn't know any of these individuals involved. She had no idea that this was going to be a gang-related anything. That's what you told this jury in opening statement.
Yeah, specifically that she didn't know the individuals involved in this murder.
Okay.
And they haven't shown you any evidence of that.
yeah,
They're
but-
going on a rampage about 50 people that are not involved in this case. We did not say that she didn't know any gang members. What we said was that she did not know the Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy.
No,
we haven't heard anything about
no
that.
gang member.
Because Sean Gathrine's grandma testified, I've never seen her before. There's no evidence even that they even have a relationship outside of her knowing who she was. But again, Your Honor, what does that have to do with this murder? I'm sorry, that counsel is like talking sideways in my ear.
Ooh.
It's very distracting.
Oh,
Okay? All right, let's look at the next one, which is C14. And what is this?
girl.
This is a screenshot of J. Breezy's music video that was also saved to the device in 2019. There were some indications regarding the earlier, screen shares or whatever, screenshots that were taken in the case that the gang detectives talked about. But most importantly, J. Breezy is linked to this case as having provided payment to Ms. Andrews' boyfriend. Ms. Andrews had obviously testified in her interview, and we expected to come out in testimony that she was not with that boyfriend at this time, putting her having knowledge of this individual at the time of at least this screenshot, which would have been back in 2019.
You think she overwhelmed Brianna?
He's the one who provided payment to.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta tell Summer 2019. Yes, because the defense and I see where the defense literally stood up and was like, "This is from this message was from 2020. This was way before she even knew Chance." So now what the state is trying to do is trying to get in evidence to show that let's take Chance away. We take Chance away. She's still around gang members. She still know who these people are. The significance of this is that the JDOT person, remember the state says you can't, the defense says you can't connect Alicia to anything outside of Isaiah. The JDOT person is the young man who ironically sent Isaiah the money for the Airbnb. So it's not the fact that she knew him, but she knew of this boy too. So that's what it is.
Mr. Chance for the Airbnb before Mr. Chance provides payment for the Airbnb this time.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, so this is a screenshot of, I didn't see which one it was. This is a screenshot of a music video.
Yes.
Me too, Shay.
So I'm going to sustain the objection as to C14. Okay? All right, let's move on to the next one, C15.
15 and 16 are both screenshots from what was discussed by the detectives yesterday relating to the cell phone evidence that they had seen or observed with this defendant's communication with ATK Keys or Marquis working.
And what is it? What is it I'm looking at?
These are both 15 and 16 are screenshots that were saved to Ms. Andrews' device. And it is an Instagram chat. So when you open up your messages on Instagram, it is the chain of the messages. These messages depict her messages with an ATK piece, which has been identified as Marquis Wortham.
And these are from 2020?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, the defendant was standing up at one point. I think they told us she.
So at this time, I'm going to sustain the objection as to these. Now, they may become relevant at some point. Let's see what the testimony is.
Yes,
And I'm going to overrule the objection as to 75C12 and 75C13. Okay?
And Your Honor, I just, so that's not done when the jury comes in, we also, like I said, don't believe they'll even be able to get testimony as to who those individuals are.
Hey, Sharonda.
Allowed in, was it 13?
The screenshots that show Ms. Andrews with the other individuals as direct evidence of her knowledge.
Yeah, and so that we can avoid any potential argument. If the argument is authentication, these items were obtained from the device download that was obtained pursuant to a search warrant from law enforcement for the device. So I'm not sure what the legal objection is, but.
I mean, there's a lot of legal objections, but the biggest one is that in order for these, I guess, to become, I don't think relevant, but who's going to establish who these individuals are? Just because they're in her phone and they got, certification of business records.
I don't know
doesn't mean
I know the state. I know the state has to. Okay, so we'll see. All right.
Maybe.
So y'all saw that little interaction. It's stuff like that that makes me like maybe that's the judge's like why she's annoyed. So Arian is going under the assumption not assumption. Arian believes that everyone, if we introduce this picture, somebody needs to identify every person in the picture, and just like they don't have to.
60 seconds, Your Honor, just to update the witness.
Sure.
I mean, they've been going at it. I'm gonna give you that. Arian does not back down. Sometimes she borderline gives Miss Love. Sometimes, but she's not gonna back down. But that's how you advocate for your client. Even if she's guilty, her job is to defend her. Hey, Nicole. You said they need to come help us. I'm wondering if the strategy is maybe one lawyer does better with the judge than the other, because I noticed that Arian is normally at the forefront when it comes to going back and forth about when it comes to arguing against the state. She's in jail. Ronnie, she had to have her baby in jail. She was pregnant when all this happened. She's in jail. She wrote the whole day today. The whole day she was writing on that pad.
All right.
Please, Ash.
Alder's ready to.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, and state clerk next witness.
The state would call Detective Benjamin Bors.
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your full name for the jury?
It's Detective Benjamin Bors.
Where are you? Oh, I apologize.
Last name is spelled B-O-R-S.
Where are you currently employed?
The City of Tampa Police Department
And how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police Department?
since 2010.
What is the current assignment that you serve in or at TPD?
I am currently assigned to the Cybercrimes Unit
And how long have you been in the cybercrimes unit?
since 2016.
In that time, tell me what some of your day-to-day duties are.
So when I originally started in the Cybercrimes Unit, it was more focused on internet crimes against children, which is a task force, and then that evolved into digital forensics to help assist those cases, and eventually the Cybercrimes Unit now includes digital forensics and internet crimes against children. So my responsibility is probably 50-50 on both now.
What training and experience do you have in the area of actually analyzing these types of evidence?
So I've taken multiple classes with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crimes, and then individually for like specific tools. Main one being Celebrite, where I've completed the physical operator and analysis, certified forensic repair technician, and then with Axiom, I've done multiple classes for computers and then cloud extractions, and then also received certifications with IASIS, which is more specific on Windows computers, and then the forensics of going through the deep artifacts of the devices.
Okay, so I'm going to break down a couple of those things. You mentioned something called Axiom and something called Celebrite. What are those?
Those are what I refer to as analytic tools, which you can, one part of their tool gets the extraction from the devices, and then they also sell another tool that actually parses out the extractions into something you can view.
How is it that you're able to use those programs to analyze, for example, a return instead of a physical device?
So again, it's a tool. So if we get a return from, like in this case, an Apple, you ask for the Apple Cloud backup through a search warrant or consent, and then they'll give you back typically what's a zip file or multiple zip files, where if someone's Apple iPhone, they've decided to back up different things such as like contacts, messages, pictures, all different categories. When they back that up, it goes to Apple, and then Apple gives that to us on whichever legal authority we choose. And then typically those companies give it back in the same format every time. So then these third-party companies, Axiom or Celebrite, know what that format is, and then they write the software to then parse it out to where we can then view it.
Is it safe to say it's kind of like taking the file and dropping it into the program as an ability for you to read it instead of a bunch of code?
Correct. It's more in zip files, and then
Hey, Forrest.
maybe it could be in JSON files or Excel spreadsheets, and it basically just pulls it out into something to where you would view it the same. So where a text message, when you typically look at it on your phone, it's kind of in order and there might be a color associated with sender and receiver. These tools kind of do the same thing and put it more into a format that you're used to seeing it in versus just in a bunch of lines.
In the format that you're able to see the information once it's actually uploaded, do you have categories that you can click on to look at specific types of information?
Correct. These programs, being Axiom or Cellebrite, they decide what categories they're going to categorize the artifacts into. Excuse me. And yes, so you'll see messages, photographs, videos, things like that.
And are you familiar with the process of backing up your device to the cloud or to iCloud?
Yes.
Are you able to select certain items to back up, or are you required to back up the entire device?
You can choose to back up individual things or none of it or all of it.
So you could choose contacts and photos and nothing else.
Yes.
And are you able to tell us, did you have some involvement in the investigation, in this investigation as it relates to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Were you tasked with reviewing some either returns or Cellebrite Axiom reports from some devices or returns in this case?
Yes.
I want to start first with whether you received a return from Apple iCloud in this case.
Yes.
Did you receive more than one?
Yes.
Would the first return that you received for analysis from Apple iCloud be alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com, or one of them?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
And did you also receive a return for rockoutsean with 2 N's at iCloud.com?
Yes.
Do you select which software you're going to use if you receive these types of returns?
I have a software that I typically use. Again, these softwares, they're being written constantly with the updates. So it kind of goes on whatever at that moment is the best tool at the time for what I use. But I will often ask the detective what they would prefer to have it in because they have to review it, and whatever they're most comfortable using as well might depend on which tool I decide to use.
When a report is actually extracted, so say you find a photo or a message that you'd like.
Yes.
When that's extracted, does that extracted report look different if you're using Axiom versus you're using Cellebrite?
Yes.
And is that just a visual difference?
Yes.
Is there, in your experience, has there been a significant difference in the data itself?
The raw data, no, but again, each tool is written by 2 different companies, so what data might be parsed out by one company might be different than another in terms of, I'll try to keep it simple, where TikTok is somewhat newer.
The way that Cellbrite, I thought it was Cellbrite, the way that they will like manipulate information, I don't trust them.
So let's say one tool has written code to parse TikTok where another one has not. It doesn't mean that the data, the raw data isn't there in the extraction. It just means one tool was written to parse it where the other one hasn't.
In this case, since we'll just limit those readers to what was utilized in this case, so that would still be Axiom and Cellebrite, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review Cellebrite reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department for a device that was obtained in a search warrant there?
Yes.
And would that have been from red with 3 Ds 03@icloud.com?
Yes.
Additionally, did you have an opportunity to review the Cellebrite report for rockoutsean@icloud.com, the same one that you had an Axiom extraction from iCloud for?
It wasn't an extraction, a return from Apple,
excuse me.
but yes.
So you've had an opportunity at least to review those 3 separate things
Yes.
and the contents therein.
Yes.
I want to start first with the Apple ID red03@icloud.com. Are you familiar from which that came, where that came from, excuse me?
I believe that was from the Jacksonville Cellebrite report.
Permission to approach on it.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked states 76A through B.
Yes.
I'm also going to show you states 75.
Okay.
Then 76, at least A through B, contain the device information that was from the Celebrite report, as well as some of the contents from that device report you reviewed.
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 76, A through B, 1 through 4, and 8.
Any objection other than the previously made objections?
No further objection.
Same ruling, admitted.
Now, I've asked you about whether this Celebrite extraction had some kind of related ID, and showing you states 76A. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so these are mostly identifiers or information about the device itself. So you can see the model number towards the top. But that's not a model number that you typically see. So the model number, I don't want to say typically see, but that's something that's more forensically or a model that's given to by Apple as far as build number to the software. The typical model you'll see is a detective phone model, which was an iPhone.
What?
And then the iOS version, which is 17.5.1. The MSI SDN is the phone number that's associated with that device. And then you'll see the IMEI a little bit further up there that starts with 350. That's what most people would commonly refer to as the serial number to the device. It's specific to that device.
Okay, so if we break that down just a little bit slower, you mentioned that there is a phone number that's associated. Is that what we're seeing here with this last use MSI SDN?
Yes.
And then the Apple ID that we referred to as it related to this particular Celebrite report was red with 3 Ds, 03 at iCloud.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm not sure from there. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right, and are we talking about the information that's included right here?
Yes.
Now, are these device reports able to be downloaded typically from your standard Celebrite extraction? So are you able to get this kind of summary with a report with this information about the device, the phone number, the Apple ID, typically when you use Celebrite?
When you use either Celebrite or Gray Key and you do an extraction, when you parse that extraction out in the Celebrite tool, this is what's generated by Celebrite.
And is this something that you can look to determine identifying information for whatever the extraction is you're looking at?
Yes.
Does that also include specific account identifiers? So, for example, if there is an Instagram account that's documented on the phone or a TikTok account, is that information that can be included on these device reports?
Yes.
And do we see an example of that here with the Instagram at 14, line 14?
Yes. Celebrite has identified an account associated with Instagram and then the usernames.
At the top of these columns that are provided in the device report, are there several different categories of information that have been created by the Celebrite software?
Yes.
And does that include creation time as well?
Yes.
Are you able to tell me anything about that creation time?
Not specifically that one, no.
Okay. What about UTC in the creation time itself?
Yes, so UTC refers to Coordinated Universal Time. So to put it in the easiest explanation is that all of the times, as far as we're concerned, is generally around Greenwich, England. So to say England as a specific place. So we're currently in Eastern Standard Time. So depending on daylight savings time, we're either -4 or -5 hours from England. So if it was midnight, it would be 4 hours behind, and then pretty soon we'll be in fall, so we fall back another hour, and it would be 5 hours back. So forensically, we often leave stuff in UTC time when you look at it, because it makes it easier when people are communicating all over the world, and you want to make it relative to where we're currently at in Eastern Standard Time. It just makes it easier when you're doing things on a time log.
And that is what you prefer in forensics when you all look at the information?
It makes it easier because if someone in, let's say, California was talking to someone in Florida and you're using 2 different time zones while trying to tell a story, it makes it very difficult. So we try to leave it all in one time zone.
What about for the detectives that you work with day to day? Does it make it easier for them to do the calculations when you actually provide these reports to them, or do they contact you often to have assistance?
There are ways to, in the report, to convert it to make it easier for them, but often you'll see, like you see right here is UTC +0, meaning that there is no, the time isn't altered at all. It is in UTC time, so it being June, to be in Eastern Standard Time, you would have to -4 hours from the time you see.
Now, I'll show you some examples of that modification here in a bit, but there is ultimately a way for the device for you to update the time zone to the current time zone or the time zone that the device is in.
So the time zone that the device is in, I would say the time zone where you're at would be more correct, because the problem with time the device is in, the device doesn't store in what we refer to in forensics as local time. So if the device is in Florida today, but California tomorrow, it doesn't store it in those 2 time zones. It stores it in UTC or whatever time it is, but it comes back to a UTC time. And then based on where your phone's time zone is set, which often is automatically set, but you can go in and manually set it as well. It will -4 or 5 if you're in Eastern time zone, and that's what you see on your device, but it's not stored in your local time zone.
But you are able, there is a mechanism to view the information that is pulled or view the report with the modification from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
Correct. This tool, Celebrite, is used worldwide. So depending on what time zone you are in, you can choose to set it at -4 for Eastern Standard Time or -8 for Pacific Time. So you can go in there and go, hey, I want to view it in the time zone for the state I'm currently in, and it'll alter those times accordingly.
There's been no request of you or no evidence to suggest or support that there were any devices provided to you where there needed to be a calculation for Central Time or Pacific or anything like that in this case.
No.
Now, and again, looking at the identifying information from this report, was there also something in line 16 as it related to a TikTok and the user ID information from there?
Yes.
What is the information that were provided from the TikTok column here under the user ID?
It shows the user ID also being, I believe, Alicia Andrews 72.
Now, when you look at specific items from inside of this report, are you actually able to pull, for example, a text message communication?
Yes.
Showing you states 76B. What is it that we're looking at here? What type of report?
This is also a Celebrite report, and it shows a conversation or at least some messages that were sent and received.
What is it that you can tell me about the timestamps, if any, on these messages that are depicted on the screen from June 21st of 2024 at 10:56 p.m.?
Same thing I mentioned before. They're in UTC, so they're going to be 4 hours different than what would be Eastern Standard Time from where we're currently at. So being 10:56 p.m., it would, I believe, be 6:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
When you actually look to the message itself, are you able to determine who the sender is, or are there any markings or indications on the messages which would indicate who the sender is versus who is receiving the messages?
Yes, oftentimes will say to and from. In these scenarios, this isn't text messages. I believe these are actually just messages.
Okay. These are text messages from Alicia's phone. In my opinion, the romantic getaway that she was supposed to be having, why were his friends there? And it's not like she could hurt the defense can say, oh, they surprised her. She didn't know that the friends were coming. One, Sean Gathright drove them. Two, when she booked before they even left and she was trying to book the Airbnb, she requested 2 rooms. So it wasn't going to be her and Isaiah. She knew that from jump.
By
I can go back to the.
This may be her Instagram.
page,
This is all from her still dump.
related to Miss Adore.
Yeah, so I was looking at the numbers at the top, which are often the account numbers associated with either Instagram or Facebook. And it looks like, so as I was saying, that all of the files that come in from Apple, they're in a bunch of smaller zip files. So underneath where it says source extraction, that is the actual zip file that these messages are coming through or being pulled from by Celebrite.
Hey,
And you'll see
Erica.
towards the very bottom, it'll say group.com.burden, B-U-R-B-N, and then Instagram plist. So these messages are actually being pulled from that file, which is a plist file, which is associated with Instagram. So looking at that, I know that those are Instagram account numbers, and then those are the display names. So Miss Adore would be the display name of that Instagram account that sent that message to whoever the other person is.
And then in that device information that we were looking at from 76A, are you also able in the account name column to confirm what you were looking at there from that source information as well? The same name at least depicted there.
Yes.
And these, again, messages were in UTC time, at least as extracted here.
Yes.
In states 76B2, is there also a category for something called transfers that you can extract a Celebrite report for?
Yes.
And what is it? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Still, the data that comes in allows for some categories. Are these categories that are provided by the program or something that you would input or add?
No, these are all, like I mentioned earlier, that Celebrite, the company, has parsed out whichever file contains this information, and they choose which category to display that in.
Now, in this particular case, there's a source column, but it doesn't look like that long source code that we were looking at from the last exhibit. Is that different?
It's just showing that it came from Cash App. It did come from a longer source file or file path. It's just not displayed here.
And are you familiar with Cash App?
Yes.
Is that a money transfer application?
Yes.
In states 76B, are you able to see that?
Yes.
When we're looking at the file info from 76B, are you able to tell me anything as it relates to the name of the file?
Yes. The file name is img_001.heic.
And does the HEIC, is that indicative of anything for you?
Being very
I
mid.
don't know what it stands for, but I know that HEIC is commonly a file extension for a picture file associated with Apple devices.
So for like a document, you would have .pdf or .doc or something. Is it, for just a layperson when we're looking at it, you recognize HEIC as .hcic being consistent with a photograph or
Yes.
pictorial evidence? When we see the thumbnail associated here, are you able, when viewing the information, to actually look at that image in a larger capacity?
Yes.
Does that mean
All
that
the
this thumbnail
passwords.
here that's given to you, does that mean that that was the original size of the item or anything like that?
No, but the original size says the bytes right there. It tells you how big the file is. That's just simply, like you said, it's a thumbnail image. It's a small image. Just like when you go through your photos if you have an iPhone or an Android, you don't look at one photo at a time. You can probably look at 30 to 40 photos. All of those photos are also saved in those smaller sizes so you can quickly view them, and those are called thumbnail images. But the actual image itself is much larger typically.
Can you see that all right?
Yes.
From that file itself, was this image consistent with a thumbnail attached to that extraction?
Yes.
And you can't tell me about the circumstances from which this photograph was taken.
No.
Can you simply tell me that this is a photograph that was on the device
Yes.
and was depicted in the extraction report?
Yes.
Do you have information about at least the created modified access dates here as it relates to this particular thumbnail?
I'm not sure if that refers to the thumbnail or the actual photo itself. I believe it refers to the actual photo, which is the created of 6/26/24. I believe the thumbnail is actually just generated by Celebrite.
Yes, I
But
apologize. I mean for the photo.
Yeah, so the artifact itself being the larger image we just saw, the created, modified, and accessed is associated with the photo, but then the metadata below is the data about the photo itself. So you can see that the capture time, probably the original time that photo was created, matches the created and modified.
And for this specific photograph, there is a capture time that it also reflects camera phone and iPhone 14. Were those consistent with the device information from the first exhibit that we looked at 76A?
I don't recall if it was an iPhone 14.
In looking at looking at state 76A, does it refresh your recollection as to the device model for this extraction?
Yes, it would be the same model then.
Did the capture time of 8:35 p.m., is that indicative of UTC time in looking at the actual created modified access information?
So the time is about 2 minutes difference, but I'm not sure it would be in YouTube.
Right, he's
It all
talking
shows that
about-
it's 8:30.
These are her passwords.
Can you tell me
I saw
how
this
this
from
type of
the-
extraction, even though we still see the blue and the green boxes, would be different from the one that we looked at from Instagram? Does this one have phone numbers for the participants instead of ID numbers or?
Yes,
Okay. And are you able to see the phone numbers on this report itself?
yes,
Are those phone numbers depicted here?
yes.
And with owner, is that indicative of the device from which this information came from?
It is.
You mentioned when we were looking at the Instagram messages that there's a to or a from. Do we have that information in each of the top of the chat bubbles that we see here photographed or depicted?
Yes.
Can you tell me from whom the top message came from and what, if anything, it said?
It shows it came from the owner's device to the phone number ending in 7558. Did you want me to read the actual message?
content of the
itself?
message, if
Okay.
you would.
It says, if you get a iPhone and you have a Android, you can switch your stuff over. I just figured it out if you ever upgrade.
Did that same message that's captured there in green also, or that same sender also send the next message that's captured in green?
Yes.
And does that one indicate anything was actually sent as far as content as well?
As far as the message goes, it says like your pictures and stuff.
And was there any response or message back to this device captured in this chat?
Yeah, it shows that the message received was about a minute later. And it just says, switch and bring your hard-headed self home.
Those messages that we just looked at, 76B8, were those and UTC time consistent with the device being, or sending these messages at 8:39 p.m. on June 26th?
Yeah, so this report, or what you're viewing here, has been converted to Eastern Standard Time. So the times would reflect Eastern Standard Time, and that's what the -4 means.
And lastly, for this device, from state 76B4, is this another one of those messages where you're able to tell us whether it was between devices with a number or on some kind of social media account?
This is from devices with phone numbers.
What is the timestamp that is related to the first message that's sent?
It is 8:42 p.m., and it's in Eastern Standard Time.
And was there a response from someone to this device?
Yes.
And what was that?
How do I know this is you?
Can you tell us what we're looking at here on page 2 of that same exhibit and how it differs from the other chats?
This is just obviously a picture message that was sent as an attachment in the message.
Okay, so what's important about this particular exchange is this is after she gets her new phone. And so she tells somebody, this Alicia saved my number. The person says, how do I know if this Alicia for real? She sends back a selfie of herself. Not saying that means she has that phone 100%, but just saying that at this time, we know for a fact this was her reaching out, giving people her new number.
And again, are you able to, when you see something that size, look at a larger depiction of that?
Yes.
Is that what was reflected there?
Yes.
And was the timestamp able to be deciphered from the information included on that message?
Yes.
And when was that message sent from this owner's device?
9:17 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time.
In addition to the Cellebrite for Red 03, did you have an opportunity to review an Axiom extraction as well? That was a return from iCloud.
Yes.
She writing a lot too. She reads over it too, Isis. I said she writing a
I'm showing you 75B. Can you talk to us a little bit about what it is that we are seeing in the overview report at 75B?
Yes, this is the overview, is all the individual files that comes back from Apple, and then they're parsed out by, in this case, Axiom.
So do the extractions that come from, or the returns that come from iCloud, when you pop them into Axiom, do they look a little bit different visually than the Cellebrite reports that we just looked at?
Yes, the individual company decides how they want to display the information when they parse it.
What, if anything, are you able to tell me about each of these 3 files? Can you view them together when you actually use this software?
Yes.
And do you have the same option to look at tabs or categories within the information when you use it?
Yes.
Yes, Prince.
I'm publishing state 75C. Now, how is it that you, from an Axiom extraction or report, are able to determine where or what category the information came from?
They would have the same file path at the end. It would show you exactly where it pulled from. Maybe not necessarily in this PDF or printed version of it, but on the tool itself, it would let you.
Are you able, from the actual report that gets extracted, to decipher some information about its originating location?
Yes.
What is TextNow chat?
TextNow is a voice over IP application that allows you to send text messages and phone calls, receiving phone calls, basically over the internet. So as long as you have cellular data or hooked up to Wi-Fi, you can download the application and basically request a phone number and then make phone calls and text messages using the application instead of the native phone number assigned to that phone.
Is that different from sending a text message or a call from your device?
It would still be from the device, but through an application.
So you would use the phone, but you'd be using an app?
Yes.
Now, if I called you in that app, would my phone number to you be the same as my phone number that AT&T gave me if I select a number?
It'd be whatever phone number that TextNow provided to you.
But it is not the same as an extraction, for example, from the instant messages from a device or the iMessages.
No.
Was there in state 75C1 an extraction report from the Axiom for this device?
Yes.
And is this device the alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com?
This is not a device, but a
Return from
return.
iCloud, so
Yes.
data from them.
Yes.
And would that have been from that Alicia Andrews 03@yahoo?
Yes.
All right. Now, what is it that we're looking at?
This is just text messages or messages that the Axiom tool has pulled from that iCloud extractions.
Is it possible that this isn't the entirety of all of the messages that go back and forth?
Yes.
Are you able to select some messages by date or timestamps, anything like that?
Yeah, you can filter within the tool to only certain messages, and then sometimes only certain messages are backed up. So you don't always get the full conversation, or you can filter it down to just portions yourself.
And coming from this return from the email for Alicia Andrews 03, what does the information that's provided in these chat bubbles tell us?
It just tells me that this message was sent to someone at that date and time.
And are you able to tell me anything about where the device came from? I mean, where the information came from? Was this message sent from this device, this report, to another person?
Yes, I can't tell right now, but it looks like it might possibly be a contact that says me, or I'm not sure if that's referring to the individual device. I've never seen me on a report before, so it might be a contact saved as me, but I'm not sure.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Mr. Deputy Martinez? Should I turn it off? Are you able to tell me about the dates that this message was sent?
Yes, it shows that it was 6/17/2024 at 11:44 and 11:47 a.m.
Now, as we move through this exhibit, all of these exhibits would have come from the data from the iCloud return that you received for the Alicia Andrews 03@yahoo account. Is that correct?
Yes.
In 75C4, is this image that's being depicted here from page 4 different in some way than you would see for a traditional image? Like if it was a photograph?
This image that we see here isn't actually an image. It's a video file, but the Axiom tool, so in my investigations, we go through hundreds, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of videos. So instead of having to watch each individual video as you go through the tool, Axiom will display what's a preview of the video by giving you 8 frames from the video to give you a general idea what might be in that video. So you don't have to necessarily watch every single video just to find out what's in it. It'll give you a preview, which is what Axiom has done here, and then you could go watch the video itself. So in this case, we're looking at a preview that was generated by Axiom of the actual video file.
Are you able to actually see the full video or even grab some of the frames from the video when you're pulling an extraction report?
Yes,
And is that what's indicated here from that same video?
correct.
Just a screenshot, basically, if we're using layman's terms.
Yes, and I think even when you go back to the still frames where there was the 8 different frames from that video, you can see that it's very similar.
Are you able to tell me anything about the date and time that this video was preserved from the data or file information here?
It just shows the last modified and then, more importantly, the EXIF created. And how we mentioned earlier, the EXIF data is more data about the file itself versus a lot of times when you see created, access, and modified, that refers to that file being in a specific place at that date and time. So if you put a folder on your computer, and you make a copy of that folder and put it somewhere else on your computer, those created date and times will be different because it's whenever you copied and pasted it. But the EXIF is specific to when that video file itself was created. So typically, forensically, that's the one we try to focus on if it's available, and in this instance it is, which is 6/22/24 at 5:26 p.m.
And are you able to say that that is also Eastern Standard Time based on the UTC information also provided?
Yes.
Publishing 75C5 from the same iPod return. Is this an actual either screenshot or an image on the device, different from what we've just seen reflected as a video?
Yes.
Is there a time reflected in the screenshot itself?
Yes, 2:58.
And is there data associated with the screenshot itself?
Yes.
On this particular screenshot, this one has a PNG label. How is that different from what we saw before?
PNG is often associated with screenshots when it comes to Apple devices. So if you do a screenshot on an Apple device, it'll save it as a PNG versus the HEIC file.
The EXIF data for this one is depicted down here. Is that the same EXIF data for date and time that we would be looking at?
Yes.
And are you able to tell me what the EXIF data tells us about this particular screenshot?
It shows the original date and time to be 6/23 at 2:58 p.m. Or I'm sorry, yeah, p.m.
PM?
I'm sorry, no. So 2:58. I was looking at the time. So 2:58. There is no p.m. or a.m. associated with it.
I don't know if you guys are hearing that it's a couple of different phones in this dump.
In 75C6, are you able to see that? Record 1 of 75C6.
Yes.
All right, and do you know, or can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture, but I don't know who it is or where it came from.
Are you familiar with the photo application in an iPhone or Samsung device?
Yes.
And do you have the options, which we could see at the bottom right here, of taking a photo or selecting a photo option?
I believe that's just a selfie cam. I'm not sure if that's taking a photo or selecting a photo.
To flip the camera on
Yeah.
the photo app?
Yes.
But is this, so if I clicked on or took my phone and clicked on the little camera that's on the home screen, I can open that to access the camera?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at here, a camera access from one of these devices, or a device of some kind?
It appears to be consistent with taking a photo with a device, but I'm not sure what application it's being used from.
While you are utilizing your phone's camera, whether it's front-facing or rear-facing, are you still able to take a screenshot?
Yes.
What information, if any, did this particular item provide to us regarding the date of the original?
The original date showing 6.
Now, not to spoil it, this particular location, this is Truth 18. This is the very last club that Julio went to. But I do believe the detective is going to testify that Isaiah Chance had her phone in his hand. They matched this person to the video surveillance. They were able to get the time, and then they were able to confirm, who had the phone, and it was Isaiah at this time. So he did take this picture using her phone.
23 at 4:10.
And I'm sorry, is that PM or AM, or do you know?
It doesn't show an AM or PM.
Are you able to tell us about the ability to have military time or standard time? Tell us the difference between those two things.
You can select military or standard on your phone, how it's displayed. And basically that being a military time is from 0000 all the way up to 2400 or 2359. So basically there is no AM or PM with military time.
Prince, the rest of it just doesn't look good.
Your Honor, may we approach? Yes.
Oh yeah, that baby got a lot of hair. Something. I'm praying for you. Farmer's little boy has a lot of hair.
Is this from, we're still talking about the iCloud return?
Yes, the same return from alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com.
Yeah, so again, Axiom being the tool that we used in this one, it identified different, I'm trying to think see where it came from, different accounts associated with, it looks like Instagram.
Does Axiom allow for information regarding followers and following when it gives you a return from Instagram or information from Instagram?
I cannot tell if these are follows or following, but it's obviously information that's backed up to Apple.
When you make a full download as it relates to the Instagram profiles, followers or following, are you able to review the file path and the file information to assess whether there's following, followers, followed by? Those categories that Axiom gives you.
Yeah, so in this scenario, yes, you can see what Axiom has parsed out, and it shows that the account associated with that Apple account, that cloud account, there are artifacts associated with Instagram showing that that account is following that username at the top. And you can see where it says following, yes, but they're not being followed back by that same account.
So following, yes.
Yes,
The username account, Young and Ace.
yes,
Followed by, no.
correct.
There are 3 of these records. Is the difference between having record 1, record 2, and record 3, which indicate the same, each of the iCloud returns that we saw in the beginning here when we were looking at the backup evidence?
I'm
When we
not sure.
looked at the first page.
I'm not sure what the difference is between the 3 records are. That would be Axiom parsed it out, whether that information is in 3 different locations or it's just repeating information that's the same information in 3 different locations.
If the path matches source information from this file, the second file, and this third file from page 3 of the evidence overview, does that lead you to believe that they are, in reviewing the contents of each of these zips, representative of that following for each of the returns from each one of those files?
So
Hey, kid.
it would be more from the source, and I can see that the source looks, there's a lot of numbers in there to tell you exactly the same, but it looks like the source might be a little bit different, and that's why you have 3 records.
Okay, and then when you see the evidence number or information, is that referring to the file that is provided from iCloud?
Yes. But in there are multiple different folders, and you see that where it says source here, being the original one, and then there's that number, the 1295723, and then there's folder and subfolder and subfolder. So every line that you see is another folder within that folder, so every slash mark.
In 75C8, do we have the same type of following report or information that was pulled from Axiom? Page 4 of that exhibit for username Julio Foolio.
Correct.
And do we still have or also have those columns regarding following and is followed by?
Yes.
As it relates to this particular account, what was the account following?
The device account was following the Julio Foolio.
Yeah, we're right here
Julio
living it.
Foolio's account was not following back the user's device or user's account.
So she just followed both people.
Are you also able to, as we can see from the device report and the Cellbrite data, or the reports that we had, are you also able to select photographs that you can pull reports for?
Yes.
And looking at this photograph that's depicted in 75C9, was there information associated with that photo which would allow you to be able to tell when the photo was captured?
Yes.
And what information is that, and can you relay that for us?
So, again, forensically, we often focus on the EXIF data, which is data about the data itself, not necessarily when that photo was placed on that device or that cloud. But here you can see that when the photo was taken, it captured a lot of information, lat and long being exactly where GPS put that photograph being taken, what model phone took it, and it looks like even it tells you which camera it would have taken it with, being the dual wide camera, which is typically seen on the back of a device, versus the selfie camera or the front-facing camera that would face you.
And can this data, because it's been an iCloud backup, be something that came from a different device? When we saw Cellbrite, we saw a model number and an iPhone and those types of things. Can this be a different device just stored to the cloud?
It could simply be someone sent you the picture and it's stored on your device, but it just got backed up to the cloud, even though another photo or another phone took the photo.
Can it be your device having taken the photo?
If you have multiple devices with the same account, cloud account, yes, it could all be backed up. But it could also be a photo taken with someone else's phone, and then you stored it or saved it on your device, and it kept all that same EXIF information and also got backed up, because now it's on your device that is being backed up.
If I have my same iCloud account from high school up till now,
Yeah.
will every phone that I've used and backed up to that same iCloud account still be reflected? Those photos from older phones are still in my iCloud.
It's possible. That's a better question for Apple. How long do they store stuff for?
But you
Or-
can have different devices that back up to the cloud.
Yes.
Is this a larger version of that photograph that was depicted in the last exhibit?
Yes.
She is tiny.
Same exhibit, was there an image captured April 15th of 2023?
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
In 75C10, can you tell us what it is that this is representative of?
These look like text messages between two devices.
So these look different than what we looked at from Cellbrite. We don't have the convenience of the blue and the green. How do you know that the messages are going back and forth? Is there something about their placement?
Yeah, so Axiom will place them typically right and left to try to make it look more like what you would see on the device.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes there's colors that make it a little bit easier to see, which I don't see here. But you can also see received at the top, where those ones are being received by that cloud account information, and it says unknown direction. So probably didn't parse, or it wasn't provided in the plist files or databases that were given.
But there is a number associated with the received by,
Yes.
and then the unknown direction, can that be from this person responding back to that received by?
Brianna, please.
Well, received from, I believe, is the top number. Like that was.
Thank you,
they
Aaron.
Received that message from that number.
Yes, so if this text message is received from number ending
Right.
7534, is this the owner or user responding to 7534?
Correct. Often.
Okay, so this is Alicia messaging a young man about Town Center. He's talking about when Young and Ace's brother was killed and why he doesn't like to go there. Alicia says, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." May not mean much, but again, the state is just trying to show that she's aware of things that were going on.
There isn't a number associated with the received by, because the owner of the phone
Hey, Marina.
doesn't need to store its own number.
Are you able to tell me about the date and time from which I Don't Like the Town Center was received to this iCloud?
It shows April 10th of 2023 at 8:38 p.m.
Was there a response to that message?
Yes.
What was that?
You hate everywhere with an emoji. We don't gotta sit in.
Did the number ending in 7534 send a reply to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
23 got killed in the town center. That's why I'm like out there.
We
Yeah.
still see the phone number that's provided for the person that's sending the messages to this iCloud,
Yes.
and we see their responses on the right from
Exactly,
the person with this
Kat.
device.
Yes.
So, Kat, at some point, I don't know. I want. Do you want to come up? I want to know your thoughts because I haven't been able to watch streams. I've been like in and out because I have a job now. But I want to know your thoughts so far on the case. Like, how you feeling about everything?
Lastly, was there an image from the iCloud account preserved April 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And were you able to see that image in an enlarged fashion from the same extraction report?
Yes.
Is that his name?
I believe that
Yep.
completes this particular extraction run.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, it's 12:20, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:30, and see you then.
All rise.
Oh, he's standing up. Is this it?
My defendants ran to interview, so jury's back here at 2 minutes. Okay. How long is the interview?
Judge, it is approximately,
122.
An hour and 22?
yes.
Okay, we're not gonna be able to watch that right now. So,
In the middle of someone on the stand.
all right, how much longer do you anticipate with your current witness, Detective Wars?
15 minutes.
And is Detective Ramos the next one?
He is, Judge. But we can certainly get started with, he's going to be lengthy, so.
Okay. 3.
Robert Howard, what he was brought up again.
He talk like
You'll
a
be set of that.
Yep, thank you. Pardon me? Sure.
No, don't worry. Yes.
So, Mr. Wonder, Judge.
Oh, okay. Okay. You may proceed.
Your Honor. Detective Morris, I believe when we left off, we were on the extraction for Alicia Andrews, 03 at Yahoo. We're still familiar with that extraction report. In looking at State's Exhibit 75C12, are you able to tell me the difference between the two dates that we see as it relates to the first date stamp on the page versus the second?
It shows October 15th.
And if you don't remember from yesterday when we watched, that young man is throwing the sign up for the 1200. They said they had the 1 and the 2 up. So that's why they wanted to introduce this.
The 2023 at 11:02 p.m. and the last modified time being 5/15/2024 at 9:34 a.m.
And modified, as you've already described for us, can that mean copied, saved, updated?
It could just be a change to the picture. I'm not sure what the changes are. Just viewing the thumbnails, it looks like it might just simply have been cropped, but I can't tell you for sure what the change was.
And the same as when we discussed the other thumbnail images, you would be able to access or enlarge the image from that date.
Yes.
Lastly, 75C15 from the same iCloud extraction.
Yes.
Is there some evidence that this is not a photograph and is instead a video?
Yes, if you look at the file name extension where it says file name, it says MOV, which is pretty indicative that it's a video file. But then again, as I explained earlier, Axiom takes frames from it. In this case, it took 10 frames from the video file and then put it to where you could see what the video potentially would have.
And just like as you did previously explain, are you able to then view each of the various screen grabs? You can watch the video as a whole, or you can actually look at it in parts.
Correct.
Now, as it relates to the extractions, or really any device, are you familiar with who the phones belong to, where the whose phones the extractions came from, the circumstances under which this information would have even been provided to you?
I know the information that Apple provides to me as far as what account it's associated with. As far as who's in control of that account or device, I do not.
You don't know the facts or circumstances surrounding the case?
I know the general facts of the case, but I don't know about the individual evidence items.
How about your involvement otherwise in cases like this? Are you out, on the street and interviewing witnesses, investigating potential suspects, things like that?
No, well, we do interview suspects as far as our child exploitation cases, but when it comes to homicides or other cases for that matter, where my role is primarily digital forensics, we don't typically go out to the scenes. We just handle the processing and extraction portion of it.
You would not be able to, for example, in this moment, look to the image that we just saw in 75C13 and identify the individual that's depicted.
There's two individuals, but no, I don't know anyone in this case specifically. I couldn't pick them out by photographs.
And for this particular case, it is the scenario for which you've mentioned, which is you would have information relevant to the homicide investigation. It's not like you would be interviewing like you would on a child exploitation case.
Correct. I did not interview anybody in this case.
You'd only received the evidence from the lead detective and a request to do the digital examinations.
Correct.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 94. Would you take a look at that, please? Do you recognize the reports depicted in 94?
Yes.
I don't know I want to know whose parents they are. Are they her parents?
And do the items that are depicted in States 94A through C, 1 through 7, fairly accurately depict the extraction reports or some of the extraction reports from the Rockout Sean account that we previously mentioned.
Yes.
What program were these reports opened in?
Celebrate.
So just like the previous or earlier Cellbrite that we were able to view, did we receive an extraction or a report, with device information?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm the device Apple ID associated to this report?
Yes.
And what was that Apple ID?
The rockoutsean@icloud.com.
There was also a telephone number that you provided could be located at the MSISDN.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here on this line?
Yes.
As in the last Celebrite report that we were viewing, were you also able to view under account name in the account name column an identifier of Sean Gathright in the Apple iCloud backup account for line 15?
Yes.
Alice, I don't know what she's doing, but she's doing something. She was writing the entire day.
I'm showing you 94C5. What are we looking at here?
This is a text message between two phone numbers.
Are you able to ascertain who the parties are to this text message conversation, or at least how are they identified via the report from the extraction?
And I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. What exhibit is this again?
94C5.
Thank you.
If it hasn't been moved into evidence, Your Honor, I would move the full exhibit in.
Okay, admitted.
And how are you able to identify the parties?
Celebrite has identified the owner of the account to be Sean Gathright, and then the second participant in the conversation to be that phone number 904-386-0925 with the name Ghost.
And where does the name that's depicted under the number come from?
It would be pulled from some database, usually contacts, but I'm assuming, or I'm not sure exactly where it came from.
Would it have been saved by the device user as Ghost, or does that come?
Overruled. He can answer if he knows.
I don't know.
Okay, y'all. Now we're on another phone. I hope you guys are following. We're jumping phones. Now these are messages between Gathright and Murphy. These are their messages between each other.
If that name was in
To
the
each
context.
other.
The information that is there, so when you first receive a device itself, does the device auto-populate with the names of the individuals that are stored, or is it the responsibility of the phone owner to populate contacts?
On an iPhone, it can suggest the contact, because if you say, hey, this is, you know, so-and-so, it'll put suggestion, but this wasn't from a device. I believe this was from an iCloud account, so that name was stored within that message. So Celebrite pulled that information out of the database. I'm not sure where in the database that name was stored.
I'm actually going to show you just slightly out of order. If I can have you look to 94C6. Can you see the type of entry that we're looking at here in 94C6?
Thank you for becoming a new member, Dominique. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, this is from the contacts.
Okay, what is contacts in a
She
device?
wanted to file it.
It's
Okay,
where
no, not
messages-
here.
or I'm sorry, where accounts are saved.
And who are they saved by? At a minimum, a person with access to the device.
Right, but contacts could also not just include, as far as Celebrite is concerned, phone numbers or names. It could be Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts, like social media accounts. So we'll see a lot of items in the contacts. But as you can see, when you look into the source file, it shows address book and then the SQLite database after that. So specifically, this ghost contact was stored in the address book of the phone, so the contacts of the phone.
Now, as we go back to 94C5, are there messages exchanged between Sean Gathright, the owner of the device, and Ghost, or the number saved as Ghost?
Yes.
Can you tell me the date on which these communications begin?
6/6 of 24 at 4:43 a.m. And I see UTC -4, meaning that this message was or is being displayed in Eastern Standard Time.
So y'all, they planned this for weeks. Also, we learned that I haven't seen the video. Maybe we could find it. There is a live with Julio and Isaiah. I don't know if they were beefing, were they talking? I don't know what was going on, but it's a Twitter Spaces. And it was 2 weeks before the actual murder occurred. So those messages there, that was June 6th. Okay. That, y'all, has the hurricane already dropped? That was June 6th. And he was just saying, hey, make sure bruh is in a good headspace. We have bigger shit to tend to. We don't know who he was talking about. This isn't his case. We're not going to go into details. But we got bigger shit to tend to. Make sure he's in a good headspace. He had to have been talking about Isaiah. Had to have been talking about Isaiah. Hey, Mikael.
In 94C4, are you able to tell me whether this is also another exchange between telephone numbers?
Yes.
And how are you able to determine that?
By looking at the phone numbers, I can see that it's the same phone number as before.
Same mechanism as identifiers underneath the exact phone number?
Yes.
And the owner of this device, identified as Sean Gathright, also still included?
Yes.
As it relates to the content of the first message that's depicted on the screen here, can you tell me what that says?
The message,
Yes.
it shows an address of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida 33613.
And on what date and at what time was that message sent from the individual GZ with a phone number ending in 4707 to Sean Gathright?
It shows 6/22/24 at 5:22 p.m. again in Eastern Standard Time.
From the same iCloud return, looking at the search items tab, were there indications that a search had been conducted on this device around 10 p.m. on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
Are you able to determine what the content of that search was, or at least what was depicted in the value of the search at that time?
Teasers Gentlemen Club.
In 94C2, can you tell me what the difference is in the participants here?
Well, the only difference is I see that the iCloud account name plus the phone number, which are both identifiers for that device that was being used.
When you are utilizing an iPhone and you engage in messaging utilizing the iMessage application on an iPhone, are you able to also send messages not only through your cellular data by the number, but also by email address?
Whatever the iCloud account is, yes.
The iCloud ID, is that what we were looking at?
The Apple ID, yes, but it doesn't have to be at iCloud. It could be any email. But yes, you can send it by message. A lot of devices don't have, like iPads might not have any cellular service at all. So typically they would use an Apple ID.
And you could iMessage from that iPad without cellular service by connecting to Wi-Fi or something of that kind?
Correct. When I say cellular service, I'm talking about actually having a phone number assigned to it. So you can still, as long as you have Wi-Fi and you're signed into your iCloud account, you could send iMessages.
Lastly, 94C1. What are we looking at here?
It looks like a text message with, shows 3 participants, but 2 of them appear to be the owner Apple accounts.
2 of them appear to be,
Like the Apple account like association. So the phone number is still associated with that Apple account for the owner, and then the actual iCloud email.
and that would still be the one with manager underneath it, that owner identifier?
Correct.
Even if this name under 3825 changes, so that in this particular set of messages, it indicates manager, but are you looking to the phone number that's actually depicted next to or above owner?
Right, the phone number. I believe that Celebrite is saying that this is the owner of the phone.
Here, I may have one moment.
Yes.
And lastly, 94C3. Is this another text message exchange that came from this device, owner name Sean Gathright?
I believe that this is still an iCloud account.
I'm sorry, I keep saying device, iCloud, return.
But yes, it shows that the message, or there are messages between that phone number that's associated with Sean Gathright, and then there's another phone number in there.
Are you able to identify the time from which the first message is actually sent?
The first message depicted here is 6/23 of 24 at 12:58 p.m. and in Eastern Standard Time.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross?
There's some exhibits that we're trying to locate from before lunch. I'll start with these, but
The clerks, who's attempting to find them?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I want to take you through some of the exhibits, starting with the last one we kind of went through. This exhibit here, this is the iCloud from Sean Gathright, or at least the iCloud that belongs to Sean Gathright.
I'm not sure if it belongs to him, but yeah, the identifiers show Sean Gathright as being the owner.
All right, the iCloud username is the Rockout Sean username.
Yes.
All right. So this is not Alicia Andrews' iCloud.
I don't know, again, I can't associate it with anybody. I only can tell you the names that are on the accounts.
Got it. But on this account, Rockout Sean, there's no indication that this account has Alicia Andrews' name tied to it.
One thing that I don't like about this attorney, I feel like listen to what the witness says, and he doesn't listen to what the witness is saying, or I don't know. Like, for instance, this, as an attorney, I get what he's trying to do, but this man has already testified that he doesn't know anything about the case. Hell, he doesn't know that Alicia Andrews is sitting right in front of him, because all he does is do the cell phone dump. He get right up there and say, and does this belong to Alicia Andrews? The man told you he doesn't know. Well, there's no indication that this belongs to Alicia Andrews, is it? He's like, I can't tell you that. Just because it says Rockout Sean is the iCloud does not mean it couldn't be Alicia's email. Like he was trying, like it. That's what bothers me. Sometimes I just don't like the questions he gets up there and asks. I just don't like them.
Correct?
I have no idea if it is or is not.
All right. This message that you see here, could you read that in green?
I'm coming home. My thirst is quenched. I love you, Murphy.
All right. Murphy, do you have any context for who sent this message?
I don't know anybody in this case.
At any point in time, did you meet with Detective Ramos to go over any of these iPhone devices or the iCloud returns
I don't recall specifically going over any specific artifacts.
with Detective Ramos
Correct.
or with any detective in the case?
No, I do the extractions, or I'll put them into some sort of software to where they can view it, and then I usually do a small supplement saying what I did, but as far as interpreting the data or seeing how data or items are relevant to the investigation, I don't typically take part in that unless it has to do with a child exploitation case that's assigned to me.
Understood.
I get what he wanted him to answer, but he knew that he couldn't answer. He wants him to say that this has nothing to do with Alicia. He cannot say it. A detective could probably say, "Yeah, we searched it." That's who he needs to ask this, because they did the investigation.
All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C4.
I agree.
You're not aware of the significance of this photograph. Is that correct?
Correct. And I believe it's,
Hey, Tora.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this is actually not a photograph, but it's a clip of a video.
So it's a still shot from a video.
I believe that that's what was presented. There's a video file, I think, that goes with this. That might have been just before that. It shows all the clips. Yes, sir. And then I believe that that image is just one frame from that video file. But regardless, I don't know the relevance of the video file or the image itself.
Showing you.
Hold on, I had to address. They said clearly this man is as clueless as two dead flies smashed together. Well, Nicole, the whole point that he has been trying to make, and the state asked him these questions when they were doing his direct examination, because they knew that the defense would try to do this. His job is only to dump the cell phone. That's it. He does not investigate anyone. He doesn't know Alicia from Timbuktu. He doesn't know people. His job is solely to dump the phone for the police officers. Once he gives them the information, they then take it and investigate it. So the state asked him these questions. Do you know people in the case? Is this your responsibility? Because the defense has done this with other witnesses. Officers who may have arrived at the scene but stayed 20 minutes. They asked them, well, did you take pictures? Did you put up tape? Like that wasn't their job. They may have arrived on scene and then someone else handled it, but they've asked every person who got on the stand, like, what was your part? Why didn't you do this? Did you do this? And so it could seem to a person, oh, dang, that person didn't do anything. But then the state will come back and clear it up. Was this your job? What was your part in this investigation? So the state would always clear it up, but the defense, this is something they do with every witness.
State's Exhibit 75C9. You're not aware of the significance of this photograph either,
No, sir.
or the relevance?
No, sir.
I think he did the dump and they got as much as they could get.
Missing something.
And I will say the defense, they tried. I will give them that. They tried, but sometimes I just wish the strategy was better. Like he up there rambling through papers. Were you not prepared for this witness?
Did you go through Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
No.
Not at all?
Other than I'll usually go through some of the reports just to show that the artifacts that you would expect to be in there are there, but as far as a specific message or a specific photo, no, I did not go looking for evidence relevant to the case.
All right. Do you know that there were nearly 370,000 artifacts in Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
I'm not aware of how many artifacts there are in it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the number you're telling me.
All right.
Oh, hold up.
The
I'm sorry, y'all. Hold up just a second. Hey, Cairo. Is it Cairo or Cairo? Hey, Cairo. How are you? I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the chat. I did not mean to not speak to you. And I hope you're over there being a good baby for your mama. But hey.
iCloud returns. Are you responsible for getting these
I didn't
returns from
see
iCloud?
y'all.
From Apple, yes, sir.
From Apple. You're responsible for doing that, and is that a lot of work?
I wouldn't say it's a lot
I
of
didn't get
work
this question at
because
all.
it's more of just a download, but as far as the knowledge it takes to be able to decrypt it and use the software that Apple requires you to use because they use their own version of decryption software, so we have to download that, put in the passcode, and then unzip it, and then decrypt it, download it, and then put it back into a zip file and then process it. So it's a little bit of a process for a regular person who's never done it before.
Well, for someone in your position, is that a easy task?
It can be, depending how big the extraction is. Some of them we've had to be 1 terabyte of data backed up, and some of that stuff can take a significant amount of time, and you have to go through the logs and make sure that nothing failed during the process, and if it did, you have to go download those individual zip folders and then make sure it's all there. So it's yes and no, depending on how big the backup is.
All right, so let's say it is a terabyte or something over a terabyte.
Yes.
How long would that typically take for you to download and get access to?
Get this. I don't
It could take, we've had it take weeks.
Nothing more than weeks?
It could take longer. I'm not sure because of the failures.
only?
Where you have to keep going back after the information until you get it all downloaded. But with smaller ones, we could have it maybe downloaded in a day and even sometimes parsed the same day.
All right, so if there are Apple iCloud accounts out there that were related to this case, at most it would have taken you weeks to get those Apple iCloud returns downloaded.
From the moment that Apple's created the response and that gets forwarded to us, it would at most, on average, a couple weeks to get the download. It doesn't typically take weeks if it's not that large of a file.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, Peter, briefly, Your Honor.
Does anyone, and I know Cat watched too, does anyone understand why he asked him how long it takes to get the cell phone dumps? Maybe it'll come back up on there. I didn't get that. I was just like, why the hell is he asking him that? Like, he was like, is it a hard job? I'm like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? But again, like Prince said, they have to try to act something. I don't get that yet. Maybe it'll click later, but I didn't get why he did that.
For a typical criminal investigation, in order to have Apple start preparing an iCloud return, do you need a search warrant to be authored, granted, issued to Apple for them to respond to that?
Yes.
And in this particular case, any search warrants would have been completed and shared to Apple by detectives.
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kat said it's to argue that she didn't delete or conceal anything. But Kat, I'm wondering if it was simply for her what's the word? The GPS on her phone, if that's why she dumped the phone. Because Arian said, clearly everything she had on the phone, she downloaded everything back. She backed up her phone. But I'm wondering if it was literally for the GPS on her phone, because it tracked everywhere they went that night too. But they just weren't thinking about all the cameras. Because, you threw away the phone, but it's 11 cameras.
You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
The statement called Detective Warren.
No, you can get my air in. All right, y'all. Now, Ramos is next.
My name is Juan Ramos
How are you employed?
with the Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
Since October 13, 2015.
Prior to 2015, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a patrol deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 3 years and a military police officer with the United States Marine Corps for 6 years before that.
And before, what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit
How long have you been in homicide?
since February 6 of 2024.
Is that as a detective?
Yes,
Had you been a detective in another unit at the Tampa Police Department before coming to homicide?
yes. Prior to homicide, I was a District 1 adverse violent crimes detective,
And how long were you in that position?
approximately 5 months.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, did you respond to a homicide that
One
occurred
is
at the
clear.
Home to Suites and Holiday Inn located across from the University of South Florida?
I did.
What's the address of that area, specifically the Home to Suites?
11606 North McKinley Drive,
And what county is that located in?
Hillsborough County,
And what city?
Tampa, Florida.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was called to respond to that location by my supervisor as I was going to be the lead detective in the homicide that occurred there
What time did you arrive at the location?
at approximately 6:23 a.m.
What was your role in this investigation?
I was the lead detective.
What are the responsibilities and
he was
duties
prepared.
of the lead detective in a homicide investigation?
The lead detective has the primary responsibility of gathering all the facts and conducting the investigation. So it's kind of like a team effort, but the lead detective would be the team captain, so to speak.
Are there other detectives in homicide that play a particular role in an investigation?
Yes.
And what role would that be?
So at the scene, we have the lead detective, and then we have the second lead. So there would be a detective that would assist the lead. And then at this specific scene, we also had two homicide scene detectives that would be there to process the scene and deal with the scene.
Who was the second that assisted you in this investigation?
Detective Aaron Campbell. He's a sergeant now, but yes.
You said that there were two detectives in charge of the crime scene detectives. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who were they?
They were Detective David Alverson and Detective Matthew Kirkpatrick.
When you arrived, had the crime scene perimeter already been established?
Yes,
Did you receive an initial briefing when you arrived?
I did.
Was your sergeant already on scene?
I believe so.
And who was that?
Sergeant Rachel Tonick.
When you first arrived, did you make your own observations and do a walkthrough of the crime scene?
I did.
And what were your observations?
I noted that the entire scene spanned from the south end of the homes to suites up through the north from there through adjoining parking lot to the Holiday Inn, which was right next to it. And the scene started at the south end of homes to suites where there were some shell casings and some impact strikes found and spanned north to where a black Dodge Charger and the victim's body was found.
Was the victim's body, was it still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Had the victim been tentatively identified at that point?
Yes, he was.
What information did you receive in regards to the victim?
I was notified that his name was Charles Jones and that he was a rapper by the stage name of Julio Foolio.
Were there officers with the Tampa Police Department that had already done some initial research into the background of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Had you previously been aware or knew who Charles Jones was before this investigation?
No.
What information was relayed to you regarding Charles Jones' background at the scene on June 23rd of 2024?
I learned that he was a prominent rapper out of Jacksonville who was in Tampa over the weekend to celebrate his birthday and that he had been at a couple clubs before getting to the homes this week.
Based on that information, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you make contact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, in particular their gang unit?
Yes, I was ultimately put in contact with the Jacksonville gang unit.
Was there someone with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that was assigned to assist you and put as the lead for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And would that be in a role of assisting another law enforcement agency?
Yes.
What law enforcement agency primarily has jurisdiction over any homicide that occurs within the borders of Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa?
It would be the City of Tampa Police Department.
When you were at the scene, were you made aware of any sort of witnesses or eyewitnesses to the homicide?
No eyewitnesses.
Was there any persons that were identified to you that were present with the victim, either in another vehicle or in the vehicle when this occurred?
Yes,
And did you attempt to take initial interviews at the scene?
I did.
Who did you interview at the scene?
I interviewed other people who were with the victim. The victim was found to have traveled to Homestead Suites as a part of a 3-car entourage, 2 cars following his car, and still remaining at the scene was the vehicle of the victim's girlfriend, Armani Turner, and the 2 occupants that were in her vehicle.
I think you said initially that the black Dodge Charger still contained the victim, is that correct?
Correct.
What were the make and models of the 2 other vehicles in the victim's entourage?
Armani Turner's vehicle was a Hyundai Sonata, gray or silver, I believe, and then there was a black Nissan Altima that belonged to Tafa McRae.
Was the black Nissan Altima, was that at that location, or was that later discovered at a different location?
That one was discovered at a different location. It was not at the scene at my arrival.
Now, you said that you interviewed Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the nature of her relationship to the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
At the time, she was the active girlfriend of Mr. Jones.
When did her interview occur?
It occurred approximately 7:30 a.m. at the scene. It was one of the first ones I did.
And when you say 7:30 a.m., are you saying June 23rd of 2024, going into the later morning hours?
Correct.
What was her demeanor at the time when you interviewed her?
She was visibly upset and about the situation, obviously.
Without going into what she said, was her interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was she put under oath?
Yes.
And did you take a statement from her?
Yes.
Were there any other individuals that were pointed out to you that had been in one of those 3 vehicles still at the scene over there at the Home to Suites?
Yes, there was Miss Randolph, who was a friend of Armani Turner's, the passenger of the front seat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata, and then Mr. Robert Howard, who was the backseat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata.
Again, did you take an interview with Miss Randolph?
I did.
Did she provide that to you?
Yes.
Was it recorded, and was it a sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Howard, same questions. Did you interview him as well?
Yes, I did.
Was it a recorded and sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
And did you, after those interviews, did you have an understanding as to what vehicle that they were in?
I did.
And what vehicle were those 3 individuals, Ms. Turner, Ms. Randolph, and Mr. Howard, in?
Armani Turner's Hyundai Sonata.
At some point in the course of your investigation, did you learn that there was another vehicle with the victim's entourage or the victim's party that was not on scene at the Home to Suites?
I did.
Where was that vehicle located?
That vehicle was located on a Gates Drive just north of Advent Hospital nearby.
Had there been other members of the Tampa Police Department that had responded to that location?
Yes,
Were you also alerted that there were other victims that had been shot in this investigation?
I was.
Who had been shot, and when were you notified of that?
At the scene, I was notified by Sergeant Portman that there was 2 other occupants in Mr. Jones's Charger that were struck by gunfire, Gino Norris Jr. and Xavier Edwards, and I was told that they were transported to the Tampa General Hospital. And then I learned of Camilla Bentley being shot as well as an occupant of the Tafa McRae's Nissan Altima, and she self-transported to Advent Health.
When you arrived on scene, had any of those other victims, Miss Bentley, Mr. Edwards, or Mr. Norris, were they still on scene, or had they already been removed or left?
Removed or left, they were not there.
Going back to your briefing, at some point, did you make contact with Officer Bernard DeJesus?
I did.
And did you get any information with him concerning Jacksonville and the victims, where the victims were primarily from?
Yes.
Did you also get additional information specifically about his background and any sort of connection with the gang?
I did.
Can you tell us what you learned at that point?
Yes, I learned that the victim was a prominent rapper from Jacksonville, and that he was associated with or a member of a gang called 6 Block, and that they had some rivals, ATK, NHG, and 1200, and that it was possible that some rivals had traveled down to Tampa and participated in this.
Did you get any information regarding what his known stage name was, or what was his rapper name?
Yes, it was Julio Foolio.
Did you get any information as to what it was that he was doing in town?
He was celebrating his birthday, and also he had a paid performance at a club, Teasers on Nebraska.
During your investigation, did you yourself look at Charles Jones' Instagram account?
I did.
Did you find any sort of advertisements where he was advertising that he would be in Tampa appearing at Teasers or Truth 18?
I did.
When were those advertisements posted in relation to June 23rd of 2024? Is that something you can discern by looking at his Instagram?
Yes, the earliest posting that I found on his Instagram was from approximately June 14th, 8 days before he had to be in Tampa, and it was a flyer advertising that he would be at Teasers Club in Tampa, Florida.
Did it also alert individuals who would see that advertisement on Instagram the date that he would be in Tampa at Teasers?
Yes.
And what was that date?
That was going to be June 22nd.
And you said, I think you mentioned a couple of gangs, and I just want to make sure that I understand. You said that some of the initial information was that he was in 6 Block, I'm referring to Charles Jones, that you were also provided information from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office as to who the potential rival gang members were. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you listed more than one. What were those gangs again?
ATK and potentially a subset group of ATK, NHG, and then also 1200.
And is that NHG, does that stand for No Hospital Gang?
Correct.
And then you also said 1200, is that correct?
Correct.
No hospital game. I didn't know that's what.
Now, I want to ask you again about the victims that survived, starting with Gino Norris. At some point, were you made aware of where they were transported to?
Yes, I was notified that Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards were transported to the Tampa General Hospital.
Did you yourself go to the Tampa General Hospital?
I did.
Did you attempt to take interviews with Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
I did.
Did you interview Gino Norris?
I did.
What sort of injuries did he have?
He had a gunshot wound to his upper right arm.
Were you able to do a interview with Xavier Edwards?
No.
Why not?
He was in surgery at the time that we were there.
At some point after he was out of surgery, were you apprised about what sort of injuries that Mr. Edwards had?
I was.
What injuries did Mr. Edwards have?
He also sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm and some graze wounds to the right side of his head.
Did you also go to Advent Hospital?
Okay, y'all. Do y'all remember when Gino and Zay got upstairs? They got upstairs after they got off the elevator, and he asked Gino to make sure he didn't get shot in the head. So I didn't know that his head was actually grazed. I remember he had some I think that it sounds like it was about 6 times or something like that, 5 or 6 times. But I didn't know he actually got grazed in the head. I wondered why he asked him that.
To interview Camilla Bentley.
I did.
Approximately what time did you go to Advent Hospital?
It was approximately 9 a.m., between 8:30 and 9 a.m. in that time frame.
Still on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct,
Yes,
sir?
ma'am. Yes.
Were you able to interview Miss Bentley?
No.
Why not?
She had checked out against medical advice and left the hospital prior to my arrival there.
At some point later in time, did you attempt to take a sworn recorded interview of Miss Bentley?
Now, Ms. Bentley's parents happen to be in Tampa as well. I'm wondering if they checked her out for safety reasons or they didn't like the hospital or something, because she did say Typha stayed with her until her parents came.
I tried to make contact with her. I wasn't
Were you
able
ever able to?
to. No.
Tafa McCray, are you aware who that individual is?
Yes.
How did you become aware of Mr. McCray?
Mr. McCray was still around Advent Health, and I spoke to him near his vehicle, which was parked just north of Advent Health.
And is that an apartment complex that was located on Gates Drive?
Correct.
Was Mr. McCray, was he still present there at that location when you made contact with him?
He was.
Was he cooperative with your investigation?
He was.
Did you learn at some point from other law enforcement officers with the Tampa Police Department that Mr. McCray had willingly turned over a firearm to you?
I did.
Was that firearm in normal course taken and impounded by the Tampa Police Department so further testing could be done if necessary?
It was.
And the vehicle that Mr. McCray had driven, you said that that was also located at that Gates Drive, is that correct?
Correct.
Did crime scene investigators and detectives from the Tampa Police Department go over there to photograph, document, and process that vehicle as well?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Did that vehicle also have gunshot damage to the vehicle?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to ask you about the video footage in this case. At some point, were you made aware that there was video footage that was collected from the Home to Suites?
I guess I was.
When did you learn of the video footage that was collected at the Home to Suites?
Very early on at the scene.
Did you yourself watch the video footage from the Home to Suites?
I did.
Were there other sources and other cameras other than from the hotel itself of the homicide that occurred at Home to Suites?
Yes, there was important footage recovered from a Tesla that was parked next to the Homes to Suites.
How many times did you watch that video footage initially?
At the scene, a couple times.
During your observations or viewing the video footage, were there suspect vehicles that you became aware of that were relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
And what suspect vehicles were there and how many?
From the footage, we were able to determine 2 suspects' vehicles, a black Chevy Impala and a silver Chevy Cruze.
Did you ask for assistance with other Tampa police officers in helping to narrow down the year of the black Chevy Impala that was depicted in the video footage from Home to Suites?
Yes.
And at some point, were you able to narrow down and actually have the registered owner of the black Chevy Impala that was involved in this homicide?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that was done?
Yeah, so we had a very good high-definition footage and a good description of the vehicle. So what we did was we conducted an extensive license plate reader search, having the make and models and the idea that they traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa. We were able to find the actual identities of the vehicles through license plate reader technology.
Can you tell us a little bit about license plate reader technology and how that works?
Sure. So we have a system, a couple systems, Flock, Recore, are just a couple of those ones we use. And what they are is it's a database that you can go on and research, and it has access to cameras spread out all over different jurisdictions within Florida, cities, counties, on the highway. So basically, if you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa, you would probably pass many license plate readers throughout the drive.
And these license plate readers that are throughout Florida, do they have the ability to take a photograph of the license plate readers when it is identified?
So, Ash, what happened yesterday, the ATF agent, he testified that they had the video. His job was to narrow down the type of, the year, make, and model of that Impala. They narrowed it down to 2008, 2009, a LTZ. They then took it from there. Of course, there were license plate readers along the way. After they got the license plate, they tracked the readers. There were only 3 that were 2008, 2009 registered in Jacksonville. So they only had to cross-reference three tags. I said, what are the chances that you are just one of 3? Like you were going to get caught one of 3? They probably had that little part of the case solved the first day.
Yes, a camera would scan the plate, and then there would be a photograph of the actual vehicle and the plate at the date and time that it was scanned and taken.
And do these license plate readers, do they also record
Yeah.
the location of where the scan and the license plate was recognized?
FYI, do not commit any crimes along the Florida Turnpike, because y'all remember this, how they got Wendy, the killers from the Adelson murder, same way, going up and down their Florida Turnpike. That's how they found the car. Now they had like, I think 1,000 cars to go through or something like that. But Florida, cameras everywhere. They're about to show you, they're gonna clock their whole trip. And it was really, I like this detective. I don't know what the defense is going to do, because their argument is that he is a detective with something to prove. He'd only been a detective since February of 2004. He got this case in June of 2004. So he had something to prove. This was his big case. He was just doing anything. They're trying to make him out to be Viverito or someone, Dennis, somebody with, no, Gaither, not Dennis, Gaither. They're trying to make him out to be this detective that has something to prove, and he didn't really do his job. And I'm like, it's not looking like it. To me, it sounds like he's very, very thorough.
Yes, they do.
Does it also record the date and time when it comes into contact
Hey, Kiana.
with a certain license plate?
Yes, it does.
Now, you said that they're all over Florida. There are some on the highways and the roadways, is that correct?
Correct.
Could it be a still mounted camera that is on the highway above a traffic light?
Correct.
Can it also be mobile? Can there be license plate readers that are attached, for instance, to tow trucks?
Yes.
So they can be, there's various different locations all throughout the state of Florida that has this technology, is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you narrowed down the black Chevy Impala, did you have assistance from other fellow officers from the Tampa Police Department, including Detective Skull, as well as one of your civilian investigators who were able to track down and narrow it down to 3 tag numbers for that make and model of a black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
At some point, did your civilian investigator find and locate a black Chevy Impala that was in Hillsborough County during that time period, the weekend of the homicide?
Yes.
What was that tag number, do you remember?
68BLWD.
Who was it registered to?
It was registered to Damali Lyle out of Jacksonville, Florida.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn who Damali Lyle is related to in relation to one of the co-defendants in this homicide?
Yes, Damali Lyle is the mother of co-defendant Sean Gaithright.
And where does Damali Lyle live?
13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
located in Duval County?
Correct.
Did you locate the address of Sean Gathright, one of the co-defendants in this case?
Yes.
Where does Mr. Gathright live as well?
751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
Y'all was
Did you
trying to
also
earlier.
able to determine the license plate for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
How did you determine what the license plate was for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Once we have the Black Impala identified, there's a variation that you can run in the system called the convoy feature. And what we would want to see is if any other plate hit at the same tag readers that the Impala hit at the same time in multiple locations, indicating that they're traveling together. And we did find a silver Chevy Cruze 2018 with a tag number of 30B NRI that hit at multiple LPRs with the Impala.
Did you learn who the silver Chevy Cruze with the tag number 30 BNRI belonged to?
Yes, Jasmine Glennon.
Does Jasmine Glennon have a relationship with any of the co-defendants in this case?
Yes, she shares a child in common with Shaheem Murphy, the brother of co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Also cousins to Davion Murphy?
Rashad Murphy's in his brother's baby mama car. He took his brother's baby mama car out of town, committed a crime in it, and gave her her car back. Like,
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would.
and she remember everything. He ain't picked up a report yet.
182 and 46A, B and C.
It's a big case. He wants to
objection?
do well.
These are the ones I showed you. Do you want me to show you again?
That man hadn't picked up a report yet. Baby, he just read license plates, names.
Okay, admitted.
So Detective, I think that you mentioned a couple of different companies. One was Vigilant, is that correct?
Flock Record and Vigilant is one of them as well, yes.
And did you utilize cameras from Florida from all three of those companies?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 80.
I'm sorry, he beat me, child. I've been a study for this case too.
So up here it says Brittany Jackson. Who is that?
She is one of our civilian crime analysts for homicide at the city of Tampa.
And I want you to kind of go through and explain what is depicted on this investigative summary. So what do we have here, over here in the upper left-hand corner?
That would be a picture of the entire vehicle of the plate that the camera's focused on.
And then the center picture?
That is a picture of the plate that the camera's focused on.
And these two photographs, that's actually the photograph being taken by the license plate reader, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then what is this third picture over here to the right of the license plate?
I mean,
That is a Google Maps sort of satellite image of where that camera is located.
And then can you explain exactly what is also captured, some of the details of the license plate detection captures and records when these photographs are taken?
Yes, so here you would have the date and time of the capture, and then the organization who's that camera is up for, the case number that was input when we searched, and then the device name, which also has its location 301 CR225 logging.
And that would be its physical address, is that correct?
Correct.
Does it also give additional
I'm
information
very
with regards to the
familiar.
device location?
Yes, the Latin longitude there where your finger's at.
Okay. And then the nearest address, that would be a physical mailing address, is that correct?
Correct.
And all of this corresponds to the mapping that is done, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you got license plate readers hits within Hillsborough County that occurred on June 22nd of 2024 for this black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, can you again say what the time was on June 22nd?
The capture time is 9:05, 17 seconds PM, UTC, so -4.
Okay, and they also give you the Eastern Standard Time right underneath, is that correct?
Correct, 5:05.
This is them headed to Tampa.
And then again, was there, I'm going to show you the second page of this exhibit, was there another hit within Hillsborough County for this license plate reader that occurred at approximately 5:21:23 p.m.
I'm sorry, just one minor correction.
Yes, sir.
Hillsborough County is the organization that Brittany's running it under. The actual county where the hits are occurring are all the way at the bottom.
Oh, I apologize.
So
Look at him.
that first one
He
was,
said
this one's Bradford, and I'm not sure what the first one was, but these hits are indicating the travel down from Jacksonville before they get into Hillsborough.
But just for the record and clarification, since we said that it belonged to the organization was Hillsborough County, I'm going to go back to the first.
Sorry about
page
that
so you can
confusion.
give the exact
Yeah, they
location.
put two counties on there. Yeah, so that hit is in Bradford, and that's where the actual camera is located at, in Lawton, in Bradford County.
And she had to make sure the record was correct. Don't mess up his testimony.
And then again, the black Chevy Impala, where is it located at this time?
So if you scroll, yeah, so this one is maintained by Florida Highway Patrol, and this one's actually in Tampa, Florida. So the north end of Tampa.
And for the record, can you give the time and date of when it actually is in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, the Eastern Standard Time was 7:39 p.m. on June 22nd, 2024.
And were there many hits that you got on this vehicle between the dates of June 22nd going into June 28th? I'm
Yes.
sorry, June 26th.
Correct.
I'm going to show you one more, just jumping ahead to June 23rd. What is the date and time? of
Every
this?
reader sheet.
This one is 4:25 p.m. on June 23rd, 2024, out of Polk County.
And is this time frame? Is this after the homicide occurred?
Correct. This is approximately 12 hours after the homicide.
And where does Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathwright's grandmother live?
In Auburndale, in Polk County.
And is this hit in Auburndale?
Yes.
Did you also look for hits belonging to the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, I did.
And at some point in your investigation, did you look for points where both of those vehicles were in tandem, when they were hitting near the license plate readers close in time?
Yes, I did. I found 4 separate license plate reader hits where they were traveled within 1 minute apart from each other.
To show you States Exhibit 81. I'm going to go to 82, strike that. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 82. Can you tell us what is being depicted in this photograph? I'm sorry, license plate report.
Yes, this one's from the RECORE system, and it's depicting the silver Cruze hitting within cameras specifically that we have in the city of Tampa.
Okay, can you give us the time and the location of where it's hitting?
Yes, starting at the bottom was the first one within the city of Tampa at 7:46 Eastern Standard Time p.m. on June 22nd at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms. The next one in chronological order would be in the middle there. It was at 2:38 a.m. on June 23rd, 2024, hitting at Hillsborough Avenue and 15th Street North. And then
This
the
is in
third one at the
Tampa.
top is at 3:41 a.m. at June 23rd, also hitting at Hillsborough and 15th.
And the second page of this exhibit?
Yeah, this is another license plate reader hit for the 2018 Silver Chevy Cruze at within Tampa, Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms.
And then does it also give you the longitude and latitude?
Yes, it does.
Going back when it is on Bruce B. Downs, what is the exact time that it is hitting off of the Bruce B. Downs camera?
7:46 p.m., June 22nd, 2021.
Now I want to show you the black Chevy Impala. Is that also on the Bruce B. Downs license plate reader camera?
Correct.
And again, what is the time frame?
7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, June 22nd, 2021.
So within a minute of the silver Chevy Cruze hitting that same camera, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you prepare maps that coordinated and showed the kind of progression of these two vehicles utilizing the license plate readers?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, this is also a part of States Exhibit 82. Was this the next one?
Yes, this is another one in Tampa. for the Silver Cruise.
And the next page shows the longitude and latitude.
Correct.
And then what's this a photograph of? Oh, sorry.
Again, the Silver Cruise hitting at Hillsborough 15 at 3:41 a.m. on the 23rd.
And the location?
Hillsborough and 15.
Now we're up to 3 a.m.
What is this a photograph of?
This is actually the black Chevy Impala hitting at Hillsborough and 15th around the same time, 3:41 a.m.
Utilizing the same camera?
Correct.
So here's the thing here, because I like saw them looking at the cars, but not the times. They were trailing each other, the spotter car, all of this. They're proving it through these license plate readers. There's the Cruise, there's the Impala. There's the Impala, there's the Cruise. Very hard to argue this young lady did not know what was going on when they're trailing each other. You sitting right in the car. You sitting right in the car. Mm-mm.
And did you also utilize license plate readers from Vigilant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 81. This report looks a little bit different, but very similar information, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is the photograph on top?
Yeah, so this is actually a photograph of a vehicle registered to co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and that plate number 53EDYN is confirmed in the Florida DHMV database to be registered to Mr. Chance.
And is this the map showing where it's located?
Correct.
And where is this particular license plate reader located?
So this was in the vicinity of 13757 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
And is this license plate reader one of the mobile ones that is on a moving vehicle that happened to capture the license plate?
Correct. This would likely have been a tow truck driving through that neighborhood.
And what address was the co-defendant Isaiah Chance's vehicle located at?
It was in front of 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, but it's shown 57 there, so in the vicinity of.
Okay. And who do we know that lives near that address in that vicinity?
That's our Sean Gaithwright's house.
And what was the date and time that the co-defendant's car was placed at Sean Gaithwright's house?
May 28, 2024 at 10:17 p.m.
And was this?
10:17 p.m., ma'am? Yes, of course.
And how was this relevant to your initial investigation?
This was the first time that we had some linkage between Isaiah Chance, the co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and Sean Gaithwright. So I knew of Sean Gaithwright's name because of the registration on the Black Impala, and now this provided linkage between co-defendant Isaiah Chance and Sean Gaithwright.
Had you, without going into your conversations with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, had Isaiah Chance, his name been provided to you during the course of your initial investigation when you first made contact and investigated the gang relevance to this particular case?
Yes.
So that was a name that you were familiar with when you had this hit on your license plate reader?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 46A. I'm going to load up a little bit for you. Did you put together this diagram?
Yes, I asked for it to be put together. It was
Can you take us through exactly, and let's start off, what is in the center?
in the center there is a the satellite map view of most of the state of Florida.
Now, over here on the left-hand side of this diagram, you have several addresses lettered A through G, is that correct?
Correct.
What are those address reference points on this diagram?
So what we did was we put in the date and time and the location of the LPR hits that we just went through, and then this kind of mapped it out visually for us so we can see the path of travel from Jacksonville to Tampa.
And these are the license plate reader hits for the silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
That has the tag number 308 NRI.
30B, yes, correct.
Sorry, did I say, is that a B, not an 8?
It should be a B, I think it was on this specific photo. So some of the LPR hits have confused the B for the 8. I think in this specific photo it says 8, but it's a B.
And then 46B.
A similar map created for the Black Impala.
And on the left-hand side, you have 4 points of location of license plate readers where the black Chevy Impala was seen. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was one of the ones done a little bit earlier. I think in total we had 8 points, but at the time that this one was created, we had 4 points, yes.
So in addition, there are 4 additional points that you have been able to locate for this black Chevy Impala when it was traversing from Jacksonville to Tampa. Is that correct?
Total of 8 points from Jacksonville to Tampa, and then from Tampa to Polk County.
States Exhibit 46C.
Yeah, this is a comparison of those 2 lists and a little bit more complete. This one included all of the hits for the Chevy Cruze and all of the hits for the Black Impala.
So how many letters are for the license plate reader for for the silver Chevy Cruze?
So everything there from A to J on the top.
And are they designated with a little red tag?
Correct.
And then how many points of contact with the license plate readers for the black Chevy Impala?
Everything from A to J on the bottom in blue.
And now I want to ask you, why have you highlighted, these different points of interest for the silver Chevy Cruze as well as for the black Chevy Impala?
At the time that I highlighted these were the 3 out of the 4 that I had found where they had hit around the same times at the same readers, indicating a traveling in tandem or convoy feature.
And for the record, can you list each one of the times when both the Chevy Impala as well as the silver Chevy Cruze hit at the same license plate reader very close in time?
If I could refer to my report, I actually have all 4 of them listed out.
Yes,
Is
there
that
was
right?
additional ones.
Yeah,
that
there
we
was
just-
there was one more. Hold on, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I can read it right.
He is prepared.
Yeah, so the 4 that they traveled close in time was westbound on Highway 326 at Northwest Gameville Road within the same minute at 18:09 hours, so 6:09 p.m. on 6/22/24.
Is that letter B for the black Chevy Impala and letter E for the silver Chevy?
Correct. And then the second one that I have was southbound on I-75, 275 within the same minute at 7:39 p.m. on 6/22/2024.
Okay.
That would have been F for the Cruze and C for the Impala.
So more specifically off of Tampa Palms Boulevard, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the third one?
Southbound on Bruce B. Downs and Tampa Palms Boulevard. I'm sorry. So the I-75 and 275 is a separate one from the Tampa Palms.
That was a separate one.
Yes.
I apologize.
And then
Okay.
I have Bruce B. Downs, Tampa Palms, 1945 to 1947 on 6/22. That's F and C. And then I've got Hillsborough and 15th at 3:42 a.m. on 6/23/24.
Can you point out on the map, the one when it's coming on the interstate that is not designated on this particular diagram, 42C?
Yeah, so that one was at
I'm sorry, 46C.
I-75 and 275, so that would have been just the north end of Tampa. So coming into Tampa where I-75 and 275 meet.
And you also caught them on license plate readers when they were leaving Tampa, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you had previously heard of Isaiah Chance. Were you aware of or made aware of any sort of gang nicknames or stage names or rapper names that he had?
Yes, specifically Gutta Z.
And what about Gutta Man?
Gutta Man as well, yes.
Where was he from?
Jacksonville.
I want to jump forward a little bit at this point in your direct examination. Have there been other suspects that are charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit the murder of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Who are they?
In addition to the defendant, Alicia Andrews, there's defendants Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Rashad.
Going back to the point in your investigation, after you identified the owner of the silver Chevy Cruze, did you make an attempt to interview the owner of the car, Jasmine Glennon?
I did.
When did that take place?
That took place, I can't recall the exact date, but it was a good time after the initial scene.
What about the registered owner to the black Chevy Impala, Damalie Lyle?
Detective Alverson spoke to her.
And is that normal course when you are in a homicide investigation? Are there certain points of the investigation where you require the assistance of other detectives within the homicide unit to conduct an interview to assist you in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, very much so. It's a team effort.
And who did you say did the interview of Donnelly Lyle?
Detective Alberson.
Was Detective Alberson, was he also one of the detectives who actually drove to that location in Auburndale with Sean Gathwright's grandmother when the black Chevy Impala was located?
Correct.
After you determined the tag numbers of both vehicles, what did you do with that information?
Those vehicles were entered into FCIC, NCIC, South Florida, and the national database as felony wanted vehicles.
So does that go out throughout the state of Florida
And the nation, yes.
and beyond? Is
Yes,
that correct? So
correct.
Georgia would have been aware and alerted that you were looking for both a silver Chevy Cruze as well as a black Chevy Impala with the license tag registration information. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Would they also have been aware of make, model, and potentially have photographs of the vehicles?
Yes, it would have all the relevant identifying information to the vehicle.
At some point in your investigation, were you alerted that the silver Chevy Cruze had been located?
Yes, I was.
Where was it located?
That vehicle was located in Gwinnett County, Georgia.
And when did that happen?
It happened on June 26, approximately between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m.
June 26th of 2024?
24, yes, ma'am.
So 3 days after the homicide had occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you find out that the silver Chevy Cruze was located?
I received a phone call from Lieutenant Christopher Cheek of the Gwinnett County Police Department, who informed me that he had located the vehicle.
Did you respond to Gwinnett County?
Yes, after the vehicle was taken into custody, I traveled up to Gwinnett County.
Did anybody respond with you?
Yes, the second lead detective, Aaron Campbell.
When an item of evidence is located outside of your jurisdiction in another state, do you have to seek the assistance of the local law enforcement agency where the item of evidence is located?
Yes.
Did you do this in this particular investigation?
Yes, I was put in contact with specifically a homicide detective in Gwinnett County that assisted me.
Did he assist you in obtaining a search warrant to seize and impound the black Chevy Impala?
There was one in Polk County, and then specifically this Cruze in Gwinnett was.
I apologize, I said that, we're still talking about the silver Chevy Cruze, and I said black Impala, forgive me.
No,
So going back to the silver Chevy Cruze, when you were in Gwinnett County, did you obtain assistance from Gwinnett County with their police officers to obtain a search warrant to seize and impound the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Angela Carter with the homicide unit in Gwinnett assisted me with the search warrants in Gwinnett.
Part of that process, do you provide Detective Carter with the probable cause, the basis for the search warrant in order to be able to search and seize that vehicle?
Correct. I would provide the probable cause, and then she would draft something called a co-affiant search warrant to present to a judge or magistrate in her jurisdiction.
And did you obtain authorization from a judge to be able to impound and search that vehicle?
Yes.
Were photographs provided and taken by, with the assistance of the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Department, of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
Did you make contact with a person by the name of Rashad Murphy?
I did.
Why did you make contact with Rashad Murphy?
I learned from Gwinnett that he was taken into custody for a resisting charge, and he was still in custody when I got there, so I attempted to interview him in relation to this offense here in Tampa.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 37A and 37B. Do you recognize both of these items of evidence?
Yes, I do.
And do those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict Rashad Murphy?
Yes, they do.
During at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 37A and 37B.
Any objection? Admitted?
Detective Ramos, who is depicted in 37A?
This is co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Now I'm going to go to the black Chevy Impala that I mistakenly referred to earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Did, at some point in your investigation, were you alerted that a black Chevy Impala was located?
Yes, during our drive to Gwinnett County, I was alerted that the black Impala was found in Auburndale, Polk County.
So still on June 26th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Who contacted you?
Ultimately, I was informed by Detective Alberson, who I had sent over there to coordinate with Polk County.
And did he, as well as Detectives Kirkpatrick, go to Polk County in order to facilitate that part of the investigation with the black Chevy Impala that was found at Sean Gathwright's grandmother's house.
Yes,
Were you later apprised and briefed by both of those detectives as to what occurred in Auburndale, Florida with the black Chevy Impala?
I was.
Was the black Chevy Impala impounded and was a search warrant obtained to search and seize that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also made aware of video footage that was obtained from Lorna Allen, Sean Gathwright's grandmother, of security cameras that were at her home in Auburndale, Florida?
I was.
Did you request that an interview be conducted of Lorna Allen?
Yes.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Alverson and Kirkpatrick.
And how is Miss Allen connected to this case?
She's a grandmother of co-defendant Sean Gathwright.
And is it your understanding that she actually was stopped driving the black Chevy Impala in
Correct.
Auburndale, Florida?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
On June 26, 2024.
During the course of the investigation and Detective Alverson's and Detective Kirkpatrick's part of the investigation, was there alert put out for a gold Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, from Lorna Allen's interview, I learned that the co-defendant Sean Gathwright was now traveling in a gold Toyota 4Runner and believed to be back in Jacksonville. So I contacted the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and basically put out a bolo for that vehicle to see if it could be found.
Same type of alert that you mentioned previously?
No. So in this case, there wasn't a probable cause for the 4Runner at that time. So it was just a generic bolo, whereas for the first two cars, it was actually put into the Florida National Database. So in the case of the 4Runner, I just asked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to go look for it visually.
And at some point, did the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office make contact with that gold Toyota 4Runner?
Correct.
Did you get notified when that occurred?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred that same day, earlier in the evening, June 26, somewhere in the afternoon.
Were you apprised of who was located in the vehicle?
Yes, co-defendant Sean Gathwright.
And was that vehicle searched and items of evidence relevant to this investigation obtained?
Yes, ultimately, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office was able to develop probable cause and a lawful search of the vehicle was conducted and items relevant to this case were found in it.
Did you obtain those photographs and made aware of the items of evidence that was seized?
Yes, I was.
What items were seized and impounded and relevant to this particular case in the Toyota Gold 4Runner?
The most important thing relevant to the case were there was a small cardboard box that contained approximately 8 or 9 rifle shell casings. They were spent casings. Those were submitted for ballistic analysis, and they were now been matched to a prior attempt on the victim Charles Jones' life from October 7th, 2023 in Jacksonville. And then in addition to those, there was an abundance of firearms materials, items that could be used as accessory on rifles. I believe there was also a Glock pistol and a bunch of ammunition as well.
Let me stop you there and
Sure.
ask a couple of follow-up questions. When you say that there were some shell casings from a rifle that were collected from the Toyota 4Runner that nibined back to the attempted homicide that occurred of Charles Jones or aggravated battery where he was shot in October of 2023, did you have those shell casings, those rifle shell casings submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for examination in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the analyst, was she able to determine that those shell casings that were found in Mr. Gathwright's Toyota 4Runner were indeed fired from the same rifle, assault rifle, that shot the shell casings connected with the attempted murder or aggravated battery of Charles Jones that occurred earlier in October of 2023?
Yes, correct.
And as the case detective, you would be made aware of the testing that was done pursuant to this case, is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you also make the decisions of what sort of items need to be submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Office for analysis, is that correct?
Correct.
And how do you make those type of decisions?
It just depends on what the evidence is at the scene and the reasonableness, whether we think that we're going to get something of value, evidentiary value from it.
And so when you were alerted by NIBIN, and what is NIBIN and how does that play a role when it comes to shell casings that are recovered at different crime scenes?
Yeah, so NIBIN is a kind of a national database of shell casings that get ejected out of firearms, and basically every shell casing sort of has a unique fingerprint, so to speak. So whenever a casing gets found at a crime scene, it gets put into NIBIN, and then if we find a casing in the future, run it through the system, it could give us a correlation between a different scene that shell casing firearm was used at.
And when you say correlation, that means it's just a presumptive match, is that correct?
Correct. So when I get the NIBIN hit, it's a presumptive match correlation, and then that's going to indicate to me that I need to get this off to the lab to get verified.
Were there other items of evidentiary value to this homicide that occurred here in Tampa, Florida, that were located in the Toyota 4Runner that Sean Gathright was located in 3 days after this homicide occurred?
Yes.
What was that?
Like I mentioned, just the amount of ammunition and firearms accessories that were similar in nature to some of the ones seen on the rifles located, on the video camera from the scene.
And going back to that Home to Suites video footage that you watched, did you also watch the video footage from the Tesla?
Correct.
Based on you viewing that video footage, was there anything unique about the firearms in this case that caught your attention?
Yeah, the most distinct thing that really caught our attention early on was the fact that both of the rifles used at the scene were equipped with brass catchers, and therefore they left no shell casings at our scene.
And as an experience as working homicide cases, is that typically something that you would expect to see at a homicide scene involving assault rifles, assault platform rifles?
Overall, go ahead.
It's not as common.
And you mean that a crime has a brass catcher?
Correct.
But my question to you was, as a homicide investigator, when an assault rifle is used, would you normally expect to see at a crime scene the shell casings from the rifle, from the assault rifle?
Correct. We would expect that the AR-5 would eject casings, and we find those casings on the ground.
When you watched the Home to Suites video, did you see and were you able to discern, based on the camera placements and angles, where the location of where the potential shooters were?
Yes, correct, ma'am.
And were those areas where the shooters with the AR rifles, and how many shooters in this particular case had assault rifles?
2 out of the 3 shooters.
Was that area searched for any sort of shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
And were shell casings belonging to an assault rifle, were any shell casings for an assault rifle located in that area?
No, ma'am.
And when you viewed the Home to Suites video, were you able to see what you have described as, or what you called a brass catcher on the assault rifles?
Yes, ma'am.
So when the Toyota 4Runner is stopped, driven by Sean Gathright 3 days later, were there parts, gun parts, suitable for use with an AR rifle, the types that were used, the 2 that were used in this particular case?
There were.
Was there ammunition that is suitable for being fired in assault rifles that were located in that gold Toyota 4Runner driven by Sean Gathright?
Yes, there were.
And since there were no shell casings left by the assault rifles at the crime scene, is there ever going to be any sort of shell casings that we can compare that would be of use in our case?
No.
But still of relevance or of note to you would be any sort of ammunition that can be fired in those type of weapons that are depicted in that video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that why you seized that ammunition suitable for an assault rifle from that vehicle?
Correct.
Now, there were some shell casings that were located, is that correct?
Yes.
And what sort of shell casings were there
Those were rifle shell casings.
at our crime scene?
Oh, I'm sorry. At our crime scene.
In Tampa.
I thought we were talking about the car. Yes, at our crime scene, we recovered 31 spent 9mm pistol casings.
And all of those only can be fired, cannot be fired in an AR rifle, is that correct?
Correct.
And in the video, is there another shooter that is identified as having a firearm as opposed to an assault rifle?
Yes, one of the shooters was equipped with a pistol.
Okay. Did you notice anything unique about the pistol when you are viewing the video from Home to Suites and the Tesla?
Yes, from the video, you can see the high rate of fire coming from the muzzle flash on the pistol and the impacts on the windshield, indicating that the pistol was being fired at a fully automatic rate.
And can you tell the jury what is the significance of that and what does that mean for a semi-automatic pistol?
Yes, pistols typically aren't configured in a fully automatic mode, as there's a lot of legality behind it. So this specifically was a Glock pistol that was believed to have been equipped with what they call a Glock switch that would be put on the back plate to convert the Glock pistol to make it a fully automatic pistol.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 22B 1 through 5. Do you recognize this DVD? And did I ask you to previously look at that and then initial it so you could locate it or recognize it at another time?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this video fairly and accurately represent the video footage from the Home to Suites that occurred on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And we previously introduced into evidence already State's Exhibit 22A and 22B6. I'm going to show you on video.
Are you admitting the remainder of 22B,
Yes,
1
Judge.
through 5?
Judge, we would admit at this time States Exhibit 22B 1 through 5.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show B 1 through 5, but I am going to show 22A as well. Detective Ramos, when I'm talking about 22B 1 through 5, you were aware that there is a timestamp on the Home to Suites video, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Alverson also collected and viewed the videos, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a time discrepancy from the Home to Suites video?
Yes, there was.
And what was the time discrepancy?
I'd have to refer to the report. I can't recall
If that would help
one.
refresh your
Please.
recollection, absolutely.
1 minute and 45 seconds slow.
I'm going to show you B1 first. Can you tell us what is being shown in B1?
Yes, this is a camera from the Homes to Suites on the east side of the building, pointing southeast towards McKinley. What we see here is now the suspect black Chevy Impala has arrived into the parking lot, made an immediate right and drove north past this camera.
And then where is this camera angle?
This camera's on the same side of the building, except it's pointing northeast towards McKinley and Fowler. As the suspect black Impala travels north, it now crosses in front of this camera.
Now we're on B3. Where's this angle at?
This camera is on the north side of the building, pointing east. And we see the black Impala continuing north through the parking lot.
I'll show you B4. What does this camera show?
This camera is located on the west side of Homes to Suites, and it's pointing to the west, and we can see the Impala arrive on the opposite side of the building and make a U-turn there.
Can you tell us where on the screen the portico is or the awning where the victims are stationed?
Yeah, to the left. Had the Impala continued on, it would have crossed the line where the portico was at.
So what's happening now at
The-
4:35?
The suspect Silver Cruise has arrived in the view of this camera and driven north from the west side of the building.
And I say 4:35, the timestamp, but what is the actual time with the conversion?
So right now it would be 4:37:45, since this is slow.
And where the silver Chevy Cruze came from, would it have gone by where the victims were stationed at the entry to Home to Suites?
Correct. The Silver Cruise passed the victim's location twice, once on the way in and once on the way out.
we see now?
Yes, in the center there, between the top of the van and the stanchion there, we saw three figures come from the Impala area of the Impala and go towards the front of the hotel. And this is the aftermath as they're running out.
And note what is the time on the timestamp?
Yeah, 4:37:30, so it would have been around 4:38, almost 4:39.
What are we seeing now?
This is the aftermath of after the shooting, after Xavier Everett just drove north through the parking lot. We see the Impala pulling out of the spot and leaving at this moment.
So the blinking lights that were occurring at the end of the video, what was that?
That was a car alarm that went off in the general area where the Tesla was parked that captured the footage.
I'm going to show you states 22B5. What camera angle are we looking at now?
This camera's on the southwest corner of the Homestead Suites, and it's pointing in the southwest direction. So this would have been the continuation of when I said left off the screen in that last slide, is where we're at here. We saw the crews come in, and now we're seeing the crews come out. Now we see the shooters arriving into view of this camera.
And what is the time?
On the timestamp 37:14, correct time would have been 4:38, almost 4:39.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, states Exhibit 45. Do you recognize this diagram?
Yes, I do.
Did you create this diagram after you noted and watched all of the videos, including the Tesla video as well as the Home to Suites video?
I did.
Was there also a video that was located outside USF on a pole, what's considered a pole camera?
Yes, there was.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence states Exhibit 45.
Any objection?
No, the diagram.
Okay, I tell you what, it's 3:15 or a little after. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute or so afternoon break. Let me take a look at the exhibit. Okay?
All rise.
Okay.
95A, the rest is already in.
Gotcha. Okay, admitted.
Detective Ramos, I had previously asked you about a pole cam on USF, the University of South Florida property. Did you obtain video footage in relation to this investigation from that pole cam?
I did.
Where is that pole cam located?
It's located at the intersection of McKinley and Fowler on the south end of the college campus, pointing south towards southbound McKinley and in that area.
Does it show the entrance to the Home to Suites, the entrance on McKinley Drive that vehicles would have to take to enter into that parking lot?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24. Thank you. Detective Ramos, can you see a timestamp on this particular video?
No.
Is there a time that was associated that you were able to determine based on coordinating it with the video footage from the home to suites?
Yes.
And when in time is this video capturing?
This video is going to start approximately 04/22/23 time frame on 6/23/2024. And the first thing we'll see is the victim's convoy arriving.
And can you tell us what this intersection is?
So the camera's pointing south. The street going from east to west is Fowler, and then south of the light is North McKinley. The Homes to Suites is on the right-hand side at the top center of the screen.
And can you kind of, if you could stand up, just kind of point the general direction of where the entrance would be if you are entering Home to Suites on McKinley?
Sure. So at this top center of the screen, to the right of those headlights, south of the crosswalk to the right-hand side.
And you said the victim and his entourage are going to be shown momentarily, is that correct?
Correct.
And what direction are they coming from?
They're coming northbound on McKinley from the Bush area.
And in order to make that entrance into Home to Suites on McKinley, do they have to do a U-turn?
Correct. They have to make a U-turn at the light and then go back south on McKinley and make a right.
Okay, I'm about to pass because they let it play a lot before we even got to their cars. I don't think this them either. This might be them.
The three turn to go
Okay, here they go.
at the top of the center of the screen there, and they're in the left lane getting ready to make a U-turn to go back south on McKinley. There's the victim's Charger leading the three cars, and then the other two cars, which are the Imani Turner's Hyundai Santa Fe and Tiffany McVeigh's Nissan Altima. And then now they're making a right into the Homes to Suites parking lot. This vehicle off to the right, off to the left, I'm sorry, at the top center there is the Silver Cruise that was following them. It makes a right on to eastbound Fowler and then ultimately comes back and goes north onto the USF property, the stage across the street. The Silver Cruise just came northbound onto the USF property.
I'm going to back up just a little bit.
Sure. This is the Silver Cruise. West.
There's no question pending.
Okay, ask a question.
Detective, what is going on at this point?
This is the Silver Cruise, westbound Fowler, making a right on to the northbound Spectrum McKinley there onto USF property.
So Detective, what was happening there?
And that was the suspect Black Impala arriving at that same left turn that the victims made a U-turn, and then made a right into the Homes to Suites parking lot.
And then do you see the silver Chevy Cruze again?
Correct. And from this footage, you'll see the Silver Cruise drive southbound on Spectrum, cutting across Fowler onto southbound McKinley, and then make that same right into the Homes to Suites parking lot.
Detective, I'm going to fast forward and you tell me when to stop.
Sure. Right there. Yep, there it is. Going through the red light.
Detective, did you make a diagram to show the different movements of the vehicle as well as create a timeline of the events of where those vehicles went, the victim's entourage as well as the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 45. Is this the diagram that you created?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us what are the two vehicles that we're looking at? I'm sorry, what are the two streets that we are looking at, starting over here to the right of the photograph?
That's on the right there. It's North McKinley Drive, also known as 40th Street,
Okay, and what is the intersecting roadway?
East Fowler Avenue.
And can you tell us if you were on that USF poll camera, where would it be in relation to this diagram?
It would be to the top right off the diagram.
And so the camera would be looking down into where that entrance is on McKinley, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you can see that intersection right there on Fowler and McKinley. That's where those U-turns are happening with the victim's entourage as well as the black Chevy Impala.
Correct.
Can you take us through exactly what's signified by the red arrows and the blue arrows and kind of go through the location of where the victim goes and parks?
Yeah, so
And you can stand up if you need to kind of point different areas out.
sure. So we have here three color codes, green, blue, and red. At the bottom of the Homes to Suites, there's three green blocks. Those represents the three vehicles, the victim and his entourage, the Charger where it was parked, the Sonata behind it, and then the black Nissan Altima. The red arrows signify the path of travel for the suspect black Altima. It comes in off of McKinley, makes an immediate right, drives north the long way around, and ultimately ends up on the west side of the Homes to Suites. The blue signifies the path of travel of the suspect Silver Cruze. It also comes in off of McKinley Drive. However, it does not take the same path of travel as the Impala. It drives along the south end of Homes to Suites, makes a right, makes a U-turn, and then comes back out the same way it came in, passing the victim's three green blocks there twice.
I'm going to break it down a little bit more.
Sure.
What time did Charles Jones arrive in the black Dodge Charger along with the two other vehicles, the Hyundai and the black Nissan Altima?
Approximately 4:26 a.m.
And they're the first to arrive, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said they are designated by the green boxes, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have seen the video footage, is that correct?
Correct.
What way in this diagram is the driver's side of the vehicle facing?
The driver's, so the vehicle is facing to the west, to the left. So the driver door would be south, and then the front passenger door would be north towards the hotel lobby.
So the cars would be faced away from McKinley Drive, is that correct?
As far as the victim's Dodge Charger, yes.
So the people that are sitting in the victim's Dodge Charger as well as the other vehicles, they would be facing not the, where the entrance is on McKinley Drive, but in the opposite direction, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said now that the red arrows, they represent the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the second vehicle to arrive?
After the victim's vehicle, yes.
And what time approximately does the black Chevy Impala enter into the parking lot of McKinley Drive and go around the building and park on the opposite end?
It was approximately 6 minutes after, so approximately 4:32 a.m.
And you said that it never goes in front of the victim's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And based on the different camera views that surround this property, where does it end up and do that U-turn and ultimately park?
It ends up on this diagram to the bottom left there where there's a red block. That's the general area of the parking spots where the black Impala backs into a parking spot.
And again, this area where the black Chevy Impala, is it ever in eyesight of any of the people who are seated seated in the three vehicles in the victim's party?
No.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze enter into this parking lot?
Approximately 4:36 to 4:37.
And you said it goes a complete different direction than the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have it going right by where the victim and the other two vehicles are parked, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you said it does what?
It makes a U-turn where the top left blue arrow is there and then comes back the same way it came in.
Would that car, based on this diagram and based on all of the video footage that was collected, does it go in front of where that black Chevy Impala is parked?
Twice, yes.
And then as it exits out, is it again going in front of where the victim and the two other vehicles are parked?
Yes.
And when it is driving out with the driver's front window of that silver Chevy Cruze, would that have a direct eyesight to the driver's front windshield of where the victim, Charles Jones, was located?
Yes.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes.
They would be facing one another?
Yes, correct.
Do any of the shooters, the three shooters that are in that parked Chevy Impala, do any of them get out of the vehicle until that silver Chevy Cruze goes by the victim's vehicle twice?
No.
And that is seen on all of that video footage?
Correct.
When do they get out of the black Chevy Impala and start walking towards where the victim and the two other vehicles are located?
Approximately 4:38, so it would have been 30 to 45 seconds after the Cruze left.
And is the first shots that are fired, is that caught on that main camera that shows where the victims and the two other vehicles in the victim's party are parked?
Correct.
And where are the first shots fired, in what direction, at whom?
The very first shots are fired from west to east towards the front windshield of Mr. Charles Jones' Dodge Charger,
Where he happens to be seated in what seat?
the front passenger seat.
So Sinful, what made them link Chance to all of this? He's going to talk about after they found the Impala, they started just, I guess, looking for other vehicles that were at his home. One of the vehicles that hit a reader was Chance's car at Seth's house. So that's how they connected Seth and Chance. After they connected Seth and Chance, of course, they're going to start looking. I think he started talking to him, and they start looking at video surveillance, and then they recognize him in the surveillance, and he's with the girl, and then that's how you connect everything.
Published states 22B6.
And Alicia admitted to being in the car. She admitted to a lot of stuff during her interrogation.
Detective, do you recognize all three of the vehicles that are now being shown in states 22B6?
I do.
And can you point out who is in that black Nissan Altima that is at the top of the screen?
The black Nissan Altima has a Tafa McRae, Aaliyah Albert, and Camilla Bentley in it.
You yourself interviewed Mr. Tafa McRae, is that correct?
I did.
Did you also eventually get an interview with Aaliyah Albritton, the lady who is depicted in the pink?
Correct.
And then the black, they just passed a black Dodge Charger, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you see who is seated in the passenger side of that vehicle?
Yes, signified by the white socks with the red tips. That is the victim, Mr. Charles Jones.
Had you, as part of your investigation, obtained other video footage that occurred earlier in the night?
Yes.
And were you aware of how and what he was wearing?
Yes, white and red.
And other members of the party that was with him?
Correct.
Who ultimately was in the black Dodge Charger with the victim, Charles Jones, when this occurred?
Xavier Edwards is the driver and Gino Norris Jr. in the backseat.
And what car just passed by?
The suspect, Silver Cruz.
And then there is a vehicle that is parked directly behind the Dodge Charger where Charles Jones is the passenger. Who is located in that vehicle?
Armani Turner, Miss Randolph, her friend, and Robert Howard.
And again, you interviewed all of those 3 individuals later that morning?
Correct.
What's going on at this point in the video?
The Cruz has now turned around and is headed back out the way
We're
it came in.
getting about to
And
stop.
any video footage, including this one, the Tesla and the surrounding cameras,
was
had any,
scary.
prior to that happening, anybody gotten out of that black Chevy Impala?
No.
Soon as they pull off. And it's so crazy because they were just sitting there. This is exactly why people say you cannot be sitting. But I feel like they would have done this on the highway. They were determined to get him.
This first shooter, what sort of firearm did he have?
He had a pistol that was firing at a fully automatic rate.
And what area was he specifically targeting?
The windshield of the black Dodge Charger.
All of the other vehicles with the victim, did they immediately leave?
Yes.
Did you put together a composite video that compiled all of the camera angles of the surrounding hotel and the Tesla and put them chronologically in time together?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 22A. And sir, this is all put together in chronological time, is that correct? Stitching together the various videos.
Yeah, correct. Easier to follow.
And what is being shown right there, what that car just passed?
That's the Impala arriving into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
And are you showing the path of travel of that black Chevy Impala?
Correct. Driving northbound through the parking lot.
And again, it has not passed in front of those victims' vehicles, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is happening here?
It arrived on the west side of the Homestead Suites and it's turning around.
And is it now parking in that space that you had designated in States Exhibit 45 by that red rectangle?
It stages until the Cruise arrives, and then once the Cruise arrives, it starts to park, yes.
And that is the Cruise passing again right in front of the victim's vehicle?
Correct.
And where is the black Chevy Impala at this point?
The Impala is passing in front of the Tesla with the Cruise right behind it.
I don't think anyone deserved to die like this. Even the kids all of the kids, none of them
It turned
deserve
around
to
and
go
it's now
through
headed back
this.
out the way it came in.
And then where is the black Chevy Impala?
The black Impala, while the Silver Cruise is turning around, is pulling into the parking space. There's the tail lights, and it's backing in. You can see it from in between the top of the van and the white pillar there in the center of the screen.
And now is it parked?
Right now, it's fully in the spot.
And that is the spot that you designated on your diagram, is that correct?
With a red block, yes.
And what is happening with the silver Chevy Cruise?
The Cruise is driving out the way it came in, passing the victim's location.
Why didn't this make them nervous seeing their car drive out twice, especially with their lifestyle? Like, why weren't they on alert?
What are you capturing now in this video footage?
The
Well, Kathy,
three
you don't
shooters
have
came out of
to-
the Impala and are walking towards the victim.
Kathy, you don't have to wonder about the dark tint because she's already put herself in the car. And as far as the shooters are concerned, everyone knows who the shooters were. They know who was in the cars, the Airbnbs, everything. She put herself in the car already.
This position, this is them passing the Tesla, various angles.
Well, they couldn't have known these boys
See the person with the handgun?
where they were
Yes,
coming from.
Bottom right of the screen.
During the course of the shooting, did anyone from the victim's vehicles, those two other vehicles, ever get out of the vehicle and approach the victim in his vehicle?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did any of the victims in those two vehicles that fled, the Nissan Altima and the Hyundai, did any of them get out of those vehicles before fleeing?
No,
Did the two persons that got out of the black Nissan Altima, Miss Aaliyah Albritton and Tatha McCrae, did any of them ever come out of the hotel while the shooting was occurring?
no.
Now, what is being shown here?
This is the victim's vehicle driving north. The shooters are running by the Tesla with the third shooter in the back there still shooting.
And what vehicle, based on all this video footage, are the shooters pursuing?
The black Dodge Charger containing the victim.
And this is a composite of various cameras, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you watch the entirety of all of the cameras of the surrounding home to suites of the Tesla and the USF pole cam? Did you watch the entirety of all of that video footage?
I did.
And during that time period, did you ever see Aaliyah Albritton or Tatha McCrae ever exit out of the hotel during the course of when all that shooting was occurring and when the victim's vehicle was being pursued by those shooters?
No.
At some point, did you have other detectives in the homicide department locate video footage from where the victims were earlier in the night?
Yes.
You said that you had conducted interviews of Miss Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
Robert Howard,
Correct.
as well as Miss Randolph. During your investigation, were you trying to establish a timeline of where the victim had been prior to coming to Home to Suites and trying to investigate the perpetrators of this crime?
Yes.
Were there two other locations that you were aware of that the victim had been?
Yes.
And what were those two locations?
Those two locations were prior to Homes to Suites. It was a after-hours nightclub called Truth 18, and then before Truth 18, the first club that the victim went to was a strip club, Teaser's Gentlemen's Club.
And did you also look at the victim Charles Jones' Instagram feed to see if he had posted anything on that day, September 22nd, leading up to September 23rd, 2024, in the early morning hours?
I did.
You specifically looked at his Instagram feed?
Yes, his stories feed.
And when you were looking at his stories feed on Instagram, is there, at that time, do you actually record that?
Yeah, I screen recorded it and then documented everything I observed.
Why did you screen record it?
Because the story feeds on Instagram, they basically delete after 24 hours, so I was afraid that if I didn't memorialize them, within 24 hours, they would be lost.
I'm going to show you what's been already introduced into evidence, states 95A.
I just don't know what he was thinking. Like, he didn't seem like he had a lot of people with him, just like his close friends, just out really trying to enjoy his birthday.
So this is the screen recording you did of his story?
Correct.
Appreciate everybody popping out for my birthday, you know what I'm saying? Everybody take that shit on three, man. 1, 2, 3. Brother, with you know, popped out for my birthday.
I know he's a dog. This is Insta story from
Did you
midnight.
confirm that he had been at an Airbnb earlier on September 22nd of 2024?
Yes, in all day.
He said the best birthday ever.
And what's that being shown now?
A flyer about the after party at Truth 18.
Wow, Aaron. Wow, Tasha. I don't think Alicia's gonna talk because what is she gonna say? They're not offering her a
Supporting
deal.
Evidence 95C1. You know what this is?
Yes, that was the first flyer on the victim posted on his Instagram for advertising the performance at Teasers in Tampa.
Does it give a date and time when he's going to be there?
Yes, on the top left, June 22nd, and top right time, 8
It
p.m. to
is.
3 a.m.
Then I'm going to show you States Exhibit 95-2C. What is this?
This is a second flyer that the victim posted off of his Instagram advertising the same event. Also has Teasers listed there.
Okay, and is the date again listed on that when he's going to be there?
Correct, June 22nd.
Does it also list that it's going to be his birthday on that day?
Yes.
And you said that part of this investigation, you had other detectives assist you with gathering video footage from both Teasers and, was that another club, Truth 18?
Correct.
Approximately what time did the victim and his entourage go to Teasers?
Teasers approximately 2:26 a.m. on the 23rd.
And approximately what time did the victim go to Truth 18 with all of his friends and the other people in his party?
Arriving into the parking lot approximately 3, going up the steps around 3:15.
You want to make me approach?
Yes?
Evidence States Exhibit 39 and 40.
Okay, any renewed previous objections? Okay, same ruling will be admitted.
And Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 41A and B. Do you recognize this DVD? Did I ask you to take a look at it and then make your initials on it prior to coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize your initials and the day that you signed it?
I do, ma'am.
And does this CD States Exhibits number 41A through B, does that contain a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred at Teasers nightclub on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check the time, date and timestamp of this video?
I did.
Did it have an accurate timestamp?
No, I did not.
How much was the video off from the real time?
7 minutes and 23 seconds.
And how did you determine that it was off 7 minutes and how many seconds, sir?
23.
23 seconds. How did you determine that?
I personally pulled this video myself, so it would be, I would go on time.gov on one of my devices and compare it to the live view timestamp to see the difference.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd also introduce into evidence States Exhibit 41A through B.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
I'm going to first show you States Exhibit 39. What is that a photograph of, or a map of?
That is a satellite overhead view of Teasers Gentlemen's Club,
And what is the address of Teasers Gentlemen Club?
9700 North Nebraska.
That located here in Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
And what county?
Hillsborough County.
published 41A through E. Let's start with 41A. Did you do a composite that merged two different cameras?
Correct.
And where are the cameras located at Teaser's nightclub?
They have two on the front, one on the west side of the building and one on the north side of the building that basically capture 3/4 of the building.
And what is this camera angle that we're looking at first?
This is at the south east corner of the building pointing west, and it covers the front door. To the right there, that gray door, that's the front entry into the club.
And what is the timestamp? And can you give us what the correct actual time would be?
Yeah, the timestamp's 2:16:50 right now, and it's 7 minutes and 23 seconds slow, so the correct time frame would be closer to 2:24, 2:25.
What are we looking at now?
This is the first time the Silver Cruise is seen on camera arriving in the area. I'm sorry, the second time the Silver Cruise is arriving into the area. Correct time would be 2:24, 2:25 as well.
At some point, did you speed up the footage to make it go faster?
Yes.
Other than increasing the speed, is there any other alterations that have been made to this video?
No.
Y'all, this girl was literally, they probably like 21 years old. The little boy, Trayvon, died in 2018. She was a kid. She said she dated him for 6 months. People are acting like this was her first love, her long lost love. And he passed, and she needs to somehow get revenge for his death. She made it very clear on the stand. She was there with Foolio's cousin. Not Julio, don't listen to his music. It was very clear that she doesn't really fool with him, but she was there with his cousin. Y'all acting like these was 25-year-olds and they were married. All like this girl was probably 16. If she may have been 15 or 16 when the boy passed, and they had only dated for about 6 months. Why do people feel like she has to get this revenge for this young man? And are we just missing the fact that the police investigated her? They were already told who she was, who she previously dated. I just don't understand why people are having a hard time like letting it go. If she was involved, the young lady be charged just like the rest of them. I'm just not understanding why this is so hard for people to let go of. You went to the restroom, and now y'all. I guess y'all rather her to get shot in the car. I guess y'all rather. I'm like, it can't be God that got her out the car.
Detective Ramos, what's happening at this point in the video?
Top right there from the Silver Cruise, we see defendant Isaiah Chance exit the driver's side and co-defendant Alicia Andrews exit the front passenger seat, and they are now walking through the parking lot.
Point in the video.
Let me show that again for people on the live who say, when are they going to talk about Alicia? Oh, you can't prove she was in a car. They went to school with each other.
Detective Ramos, what's happening at this point in the video?
Top right there from the Silver Cruise, we see defendant Isaiah Chance exit the driver's side and co-defendant Alicia Andrews exit the front passenger seat, and they are now walking through the parking lot together.
And what is at the direction and in which they are walking?
They are walking now southbound through the west side of the parking lot towards Castle Street, towards where the front will be.
The front entrance to Teasers?
Correct.
What's going on at this point?
The co-defendant Isaiah Chance is manipulating a cellular device.
Later on in your investigation, did you determine whose cellular device he was manipulating?
Yes, that of co-defendant Alicia Andrews.
And is that a device that he was just shown holding up to his ear or his face?
Yeah, he appears to be holding it up to his mouth area.
Again, are these snippets of video, are they chronologically in time?
Yes.
And in looking at this again at the front door to teasers, where in relation to this video would be that back parking lot area?
To the top center, so if you're looking past the gentleman in the blue hat, all these gentlemen where the speed limit sign is at, it says 25, that's the back parking lot area where the defendants are at.
And do you see that there is security or bouncers that are manning the door?
Yes.
And at this point, can you see the victim in this particular video?
Yes.
What's he wearing?
A red beanie hat, a white t-shirt, and red shorts being patted down right now.
K-Tally, how did they know to go to teasers? I don't think it was hard that night. He posted when his Airbnb got shut down. And then he posted after that, this the best birthday ever. I don't know if it said heading to teasers, but it said something about pull up. So he posted on his story. So they knew for a fact he was going to be at teasers. All you have to do is catch him at teasers and follow him from there. Yep, he posted all night. They were following him. So it wasn't hard. No one had to be telling them anything. He was posting it. So if you post, if I see you post, pull up, I'm about to be at teasers. Okay, at some point I'm going to see you there. And all they did was sit and wait until he left teasers. They follow him everywhere. There you go. He's an artist. Yeah, he normally posts like that.
And being patted down by whom?
The bouncer working in the door.
And again, this is snippets of video. Did you watch the entirety of video footage during this time period for all of these cameras?
I did, yes, ma'am.
But they
What
had
are we seeing
follow
now
him
and what time is it?
because he
This
was
is after the victim enters. This is the defendants,
he was
Alicia
heading to
Andrews,
teasers.
and Isaiah Chance walking back to the cruise.
Going back to that camera showing the front door, did you ever see Alicia Andrews or Isaiah Chance ever come up to that front door in all of the video footage of the front door?
No, they did not.
Did you ever see the defendant Alicia Andrews and the defendant Isaiah Chance ever go up to any of those bouncers or doormen at that front door?
Yeah, no, they did not.
Did they ever enter Teasers nightclub that night, June 23rd of 2024 during this time period?
No, they did not.
And why is that important? During opening statements, the defense, I don't know if it's opening statements. I think it was opening statements. They tried to make it seem like they didn't go into the club because it was too expensive. They didn't want to pay. That's what they tried to make it seem like. So this would have been a great argument had they gone to the door, had they tried to walk in. They never did that. I believe it was primarily because Isaiah Chance, Gino would have recognized him. So they never did that. How did they keep in contact with the group of people that were with Foolio? They didn't have a contact with people that were with Foolio. They didn't have contact with anyone that was with Foolio. They literally watched his Insta story. He put on his Insta story, pull up, headed to teasers. So now they know it's time to head to teasers. Their Airbnb was like a mile away from either Truth 18 or Teasers. One of these clubs, their Airbnb was close to. I don't know which one it was, but the Airbnb was close to one of these clubs. They weren't in contact with anyone from Foolio's people. They watched his story, pulled up at Teasers when he was supposed to be pulling up at Teasers, and they just followed him around the rest of the night. They're not even dressed for it. We haven't gotten the reasoning for Robert not driving.
What's going on at this point?
The Silver Cruise is leaving the parking lot.
And what are we seeing in this clip of the front door again?
This is fast forwarded now, approximately 20-30 minutes when the victim's exiting.
At this point, had we ever seen the black Chevy Impala that we had seen connected with the 3 shooters at Home to Suites?
Not up to this point.
And again, this is earlier in the night than when the Home to Suites video was shown. Is that correct?
Correct.
What are we seeing now?
Now we're seeing in the top right corner, we're seeing the black Impala for the first time in the teaser's cameras. It's arriving in the parking lot around the same time that the victim is exiting out of the front door.
And at this point, had the silver Chevy Cruze already came and parked, went up to the area around the door, and then gone back into the vehicle and left?
Correct.
What's being seen in this angle?
This is another angle of that black Impala there in the top right, circling the parking lot and making its way back out onto Castle.
Why did they circle a lot at this location? Do y'all think they were going to try to get him here?
What can you see now?
The black Impala is now traveling on Castle, and it's at this point it's stopped directly in front of the Charger.
So the victim's vehicle, the Charger, is now closely connected to where that black Chevy Impala is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, you think so, Aaron? Okay.
Did anybody from the black Chevy Impala ever get out at that point?
No.
And you watched all of the video footage from all of those angles, various angles around Teasers, the parking lot, the front entrance?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 40. This is a diagram again of the the victim's vehicles, as well as the arrival of the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze.
Correct.
Can you explain the diagram and what the arrows and the rectangles mean in this diagram?
Sure. Similar to the last one we saw, the three green boxes at the bottom of the building there represent the victim's vehicle and his two entourage vehicles. And then the blue arrows represent the silver Chevy Cruze, the suspect silver Chevy Cruze. It comes in off of Castle, drives northbound along the west side there, and then backs into a spot where it's designated by a blue box. As we saw in the video, two people, co-defendants, Isaiah Chance and the defendant, Alicia Andrews, get out of the vehicle. Those are the blue dots representing their walk path. At some point, they align with the south of the building there and then walk back towards the vehicle. And then they drive out onto Castle, onto Nebraska. As the victim is exiting, we see the red arrows represent the path of travel for the suspect black Impala. It arrives southbound on Nebraska, makes a right into the north side of the parking lot there, drives around the parking lot, comes out onto Castle, at one point positioning itself directly in front of the victim's Dodge Charger on Castle.
Now, Nick, here you go. I think she was just following him around, spending time. What? What? Following him. So you're of the mind that this young lady hears him on the phone telling these people where this boy is, what's going on, and it never clicked in her head that they were trying to kill him. That's not reasonable. That's none of that is reasonable. You can be young and dumb, but let's be reasonable about the fact that she was young and dumb and went on a drill with her boyfriend. It's not reasonable for you to try to say, oh, she was just with him. She knew what these boys were doing. She drove from Jacksonville with the main shooter. Yeah, she drove. Like, she said, what? Y'all want her to, girl.
Approximately what time
Yeah,
is
Aaron.
the victim's party arriving, the victim in the Dodge Charger and the two other vehicles in his party? Approximately what time does it get to Teasers?
The victim's Dodge Charger arrives in between 222 to 226
Yeah, how
time
long
frame.
it happened for you?
I believe one of the other vehicles arrived a little bit earlier, around 141.
And then
Yeah, real quick.
approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze with Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance arrive at Teasers?
In the general area, approximately 215. We first see it on camera at 217, and then when it does the motion where it parks, it's 224.
And that's 2:17 a.m. of June 23rd of 2024?
Correct.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze leave?
Approximately 231.
And approximately what time does the black Chevy Impala arrive at this location, this area?
Approximately 255.
What time does the victim's vehicle leave?
Around that same time, 255.
Now, you said that this had been the second time that the silver Chevy Cruze had been in the area. How
Correct.
do you know that?
I watched all of the footage.
And at some point, did you also review the cell site location information of Sean Gathright for his phone.
Correct.
Did you do cell phone mapping of Sean
Boy,
Gathright's
you see
phone?
it, don't you?
And based on the cell site mapping of Sean Gathright's phone, had he, whether or not in a black Impala or silver Chevy Cruze, had he been to this location,
Ooh,
Teasers off of Nebraska
nasty.
Avenue, earlier in the evening on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
When did his cell phone, show to be in the vicinity of this Teasers nightclub on June 22nd of 2024?
Approximately 10:30 p.m.
And how long was it in this area, this vicinity?
Approximately 30 minutes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94C7. This is a celebrated extraction from Sean Gathright's phone. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what time is being shown at the timestamp over here?
In number one is 6:22:24 at 2:55 p.m. And number two is 6:22:24 at 10:03 p.m.
Oh, actually, I meant to go
Yeah.
to two. I apologize.
No problem.
Is this what you were referring?
Yes, this is, so the time frame between 10 and 10:30 that his device was in the vicinity of Teasers Club was 6:22:24, yes.
Yep, Ronnie.
And then did you also obtain or have other detectives obtain video footage from Truth 18?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification States Exhibit 42. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that a map that is containing Truth 18 and the location?
Correct.
I'm going to show you this diagram, States Exhibit 43. Is this a diagram
Hey,
that, again,
Shane.
where you diagram out the parties, including the arrival of the victim and the silver Chevy Cruze, as well as the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes?
Not knowing who Alicia was is exactly probably why she was on the trip, why they used her phone. I mean, that's exactly why she was
I just want
there.
to show you States Exhibit 44. Have you previously looked at this video of Truth 18?
Yes.
Oh yeah, with
And
the
was there
codependents, it's over.
detectives with your unit that were tasked with obtaining this video footage?
Yes.
And was Truth 18, was that located in a plaza that contained a hair salon and some other businesses?
Correct.
And was that, did you view this video?
I did.
Did it fairly and accurately show the location outside of Truth 18, including the plaza, the parking lot, as well as the entrance to Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Did you ask the detectives, in particular Detective Klein, to confirm the timestamp of that video footage?
Yes, I did.
Was that timestamp accurate?
No, it was not.
How off was the timestamp for the Truth 18 video?
22 hours, 45 minutes, and 9 seconds fast.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce also into evidence States Exhibit 44.
Any objection? Okay, admitted. It's 44 is what she admitted. I'm assuming she's going to.
Detective, what is located in States Exhibit 42?
This is a satellite overhead image of the Truth 18 Plaza on the south side of the road there, bottom left.
What is the physical address of Truth 18?
4819 East Bush Boulevard.
Is that located here in Tampa, Florida?
It is.
What county is it located in?
Hillsborough.
And can you tell us where is the entrance of, or where is Truth 18 located in this photo? If you want to point it out for us.
Yeah, it's this two-story building there at the bottom left of the screen, signified by the red dot, and Truth 18 is on the second floor of that building.
Okay. And do the cameras that are located in the strip plaza, does it show the parking lot to Truth 18 as well as the stairwell that leads up to where Truth 18, the entrance is on the second floor?
Correct.
She gonna make them turn that off. She said that's too loud.
Detective, can you tell us what's happening
Are
at
these
this point?
they're getting
Yes, the victim's entourage had arrived to the parking lot and they parked, and at this point, some of the entourage is loitering in the parking lot on the bottom of the screen there. Leo Albert and Camille Bentley, two gentlemen off to the right.
And can you tell where those vehicles are related to the victim's party?
Yes, there is one on the north side of the screen on Ronnie Turner's Hyundai, and then the black Nissan Altima, and then the victim's Charger's off screen to the right.
Slightly off screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then what are we seeing here?
We are seeing the victim and his entourage walking up the stairs up to the front of Truth 18 that's off to the right there.
And approximately what time is it, converting the time to real time?
This was approximately 3:27 a.m.
And this is occurring after the victims had already been to Teaser's nightclub, is that correct?
Correct.
What's going on now?
The victim is starting a live stream on his Instagram.
And is that the Instagram video that we saw earlier?
Yes.
What's being viewed now on the video?
This is a recording of that Instagram live stream that he posted on his stories.
What are we seeing in this video?
Silver Cruise, top left, arriving.
And what can we see here?
The Silver Cruise, the bottom wheelbase of it just made a right onto the street to the east of the Truth 18 Plaza.
Now, again, in this video, did you increase the speed?
Yes.
And other than increasing the speed, is there any alterations that are being made?
No.
And can you still barely see the silver Chevy Cruze in the
Yeah.
top of the video?
Yes, right in the top. It's trying to park and just now.
Brianna, I don't understand the child.
Okay, what can we see now?
This is
I don't
defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendant Isaiah Chance walking from the top right through the parking lot.
And where is the victim's party at this point?
They are inside or at the top of the landing.
And again, did you watch all of the video footage and angles that were in the strip plaza as well as the door leading up to Truth 18?
Correct.
Did the defendant, Alicia Andrews or Isaiah Chance, ever go up those stairs and enter into Truth 18 that night?
No, they did not.
And this is the video footage that shows the door and entrance to Truth 18, is that correct?
Correct.
Did they ever come up those stairs?
No.
So how do we explain them following him? The two
What's going on at this
never
point?
going inside.
At this point, the victim and his entourage are leaving Truth 18.
At this point in time, had you seen the black Chevy Impala yet?
No.
Okay, what are we seeing here?
The black Chevy Impala arriving. It's pulling into the Enterprise parking lot there in the top left.
And is this the first time that we have seen the black Chevy Impala at this location?
Correct.
His girlfriend was there. Armani. She was in the car behind him. She's the car that hit Kamaya. Her car crashed with Kamaya. She was back and back. Kamaya was going forward. And what's crazy, Armani, they got there like 11 o'clock that Saturday night. So they were only
Detective,
there
do
a
you
few
still see
hours.
where the black Chevy Impala is at this point?
Yeah, just backed out of a spot and it's now driving out onto a bush. Shooting across it in north.
But Chris, they said that Isaiah took it.
And where is Truth 18 in relation to this camera angle?
Top right off the screen.
And what can we see now?
The black Impala has returned and is now at the stop sign facing southbound.
And is that in the upper right-hand corner of the screen?
Correct.
What are we seeing in this video screen?
This is from the first floor, pointing northeast. At the very top center of the screen is actually that intersection where the Impala ultimately stops at the stop sign. But this is the victim's entourage going to the vehicles.
Okay. Can you get up and kind of point where that intersection is, just so the jury knows where to look?
Sure. At some point in the top center, there's a stop bar there, and that's where the black Impala will be visible for a little bit while it's stationed there.
It's Isaiah. I said they're gonna show that at court prints. They he said he used the person that's
Again, right at that intersection, almost in the center of the screen at the top.
He said he used them. There's a man with some white pants, so he just went through the footage and was able to find that person And then they were able to get the angle and see that it was Isaiah who took the picture.
Correct.
I don't think anything else got
What are we seeing here?
The top left of the screen, you'll see a left turn lane. They'll get into that left turn lane so they can make a U-turn to go back west on Bush towards McKinley. There's the victim's Charger in the turn lane, followed by Armani Turner's Nissan Altima making the U-turn.
Baby, when I said they got this down,
Nissan Altima.
never running. We should have known you was
Do you
coming.
know at this point where, what is this, are we now going to where the USF poll cam is?
Yeah, yes, correct.
How far is the Truth 18 nightclub from Home to Suites on McKinley?
Approximately around a mile. It's so you have Fowler here, and then the very next major cross is Bush. So Truth 18 is near Bush in McKinley.
And what are we seeing here?
This is the victim and his entourage making a U-turn at McKinley and 40th, getting ready to go into the Home to Suites.
And this is the same video from the USF poll cam that we saw earlier, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you state sorting into evidence 75C6 from the iCloud, Apple iCloud of the defendant Alicia Andrews. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And this was a screenshot that was recovered from her iCloud. What is this? What is this a
Here's the
screenshot
picture,
of?
you guys.
So this is a screenshot of the camera pointing at the front of Truth 18, the two-story building, with the lit up top portion there being the club.
In viewing the video footage from Truth 18 and the parking lot, did you see this gentleman in that coverage?
Yeah, I was able to align the video footage and saw where that gentleman was walking through the parking lot to get the time of when this photo was captured.
Okay, and what was the approximate time of that?
It was in the time frame that Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance were there for a little bit after 4 a.m.
And this would have been taken from her device, is that correct?
Correct.
And it is pointing in the direction, is this up here, what is this area?
So that's the top of the stairs where the victim came up. That's that area there.
And can you see that there are actually people up in that area at that time?
Yes.
And when you compared it to the video footage, when
That it was in her
parking lot where
phone.
you saw this gentleman, where was the victim's party at this time?
Most of them were inside.
And how close in time was it to when the victim and his party went up those stairs and entered into Truth 18?
Approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
So whoever was holding her device actually took a photo of the door, is that correct?
Correct.
Sustained. So rephrase your question.
Yes, Your Honor. The person holding Alicia Andrews' phone did what at that time to get the photo?
Took a photo, captured it. Yeah.
And what area in particular?
The front of Truth 18.
And that would have been after the victim had entered in through Truth 18?
Correct.
They really thought her phone was not going to be connected.
At some point during your investigation, did you make contact with Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
When did you make contact with her?
In July. I can't recall exactly, either the 7th or the 9th.
And how long were you with her?
Approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Is Alicia Andrews, is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Yes, she's the young lady at this table here to my right wearing the brown sweater in the center there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Did you also make contact with Isaiah?
I think they had a
I
subpoena
did.
for her phone.
And what day did you make contact with Isaiah Chance during the course of your investigation?
The first time, early hours of June 28th.
She said, "I'll
I'm going
leave
to show
you."
you it's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 35A and B. Do you recognize States 35A and 35B?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do both of those photographs fairly and accurately depict Isaiah Chance?
Yes, they do, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 35A and 35B.
Any objection? Admitted?
Yeah, is this the back and forth y'all were talking about?
Detective, who is depicted in 35A?
This is co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
I'm going to show you 35B, who's depicted in 35B.
Again, co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
And where does 35B come from?
This is from a Ring camera located at the Airbnb that the defendant stayed at during their time in Tampa.
You said that they stayed at a Tampa Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the address of that Airbnb?
Can I reflect? It's Gibsebo Pond Lane. I don't know the exact numerical, though.
Yes, if it'll help refresh your recollection.
Please.
I didn't see
3703 Gazebo Pond Drive, Unit 1202.
That located here in Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
What county?
Hillsborough.
How far is this Airbnb from Teaser's nightclub?
Approximately a couple miles.
How far
Right
is
by
this Tampa
Teaser.
Airbnb at 3703 Gazebo Lane, Tampa, Florida, from Truth 18?
Approximately 1 mile.
How did you determine that the defendants were staying at this Tampa Airbnb?
From evidence extracted from co-defendant Rashad Murphy's phone.
I'm going to ask you about Mr. Murphy's phone, but at some point you had said that he was stopped in Gwinnett County, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were alerted by the Georgia authorities that both he as well as the Silver Chevy Cruise were taken into custody in Gwinnett County, Georgia, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you refresh my, and refresh the jury's recollection, when did that occur?
That happened the early morning hours of June 26, 3 days after the homicide.
And you had the assistance of the Gwinnett County Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, was there a phone that was confiscated by a Detective Carter with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Correct.
And at some point, was there an extraction and a search warrant that was done on that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it a phone that was actually in the possession of Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
And what is your understanding as to the ownership of that particular phone that was taken into custody by Detective Carter?
It's a phone that him and his girlfriend Charmaine Siger mutually share.
And you said that there was an extraction that was done, is that correct?
Correct.
And part of that extraction was that information that was collected by Detective Carter, was that relayed to you?
Yes, it was.
And in it, was there a message between that phone and a person named Anthony who owned an Airbnb in Tampa?
Correct.
Cat said, "I want to hear from Charmaine. I need to know if they really share." She said, "I need to know if they really share that phone." I thought that was strange, Cat, when they said they share phones. Like, how old are we? What is going on here? He looked pissed at that table.
Through 110G.
When I say he
Any
looked like
objection?
somebody took his candy.
Admitted?
Detective, did you receive all of the copies of the photographs and emails that Detective Carter sent you involved in this investigation?
I did.
And I'm going to first show you what's already into evidence, 65A through G. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And this particular photograph has the metadata from the extraction, is that correct?
Correct.
You also obtained copies, is that correct, that were a little bit more clear, is that correct?
Correct.
Crazy
And is
friend.
110A a photograph, another photograph of what is depicted in 65A?
Correct.
And is that, what is that in
That-
110A?
That is a photograph of the Florida driver's license of co-defendant Davion Murphy.
And that was a photograph that was on that shared phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 110B. Is that another screenshot of a story that was captured on that shared phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger?
Correct.
Okay. And what exactly is being shown?
A crime scene with a song tagged to it.
And Young and Ace, did that come to have meaning in the course of your investigation?
It did.
And how was that relevant to your investigation?
Young and Ace is one of the prominent rappers of the rival gangs that rival the victim's gang.
I'm going to show you 110C. Is this a photograph that was captured on that phone that was in Rashad Murphy's possession?
Correct.
And how is this relevant to your investigation?
It shows a photograph of two rifles on the floor there.
Two
And
rifles.
were there two AR rifles that were used in this particular case?
Correct.
And I'm
This
gonna
is
show
crazy.
you 110D. Is this another enlarged copy of the photo exhibits that Detective Carter sent you from the extraction of Rashad Murphy's phone?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And how is this relevant to your particular investigation?
The person depicted in this photo is wearing similar clothing to that scene of one of the shooters at our scene.
And did you request of Detective Drabeck to actually do
Why they taking
uncover a
pictures?
video from Walmart where Rashad Murphy was buying certain items?
Correct.
And did you get a copy of that Walmart video?
Yes.
And when was Rashad Murphy in that Walmart video up in Jacksonville?
On the evening of Friday the 21st.
So he's wearing this clothing that Friday before the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see the video footage of how he was dressed at that Walmart?
Yes.
And was that similar clothing as to how one of the gunmen was dressed in the Home to Suites video?
Yes.
And 110E, what is that a photo of?
A screenshot of a contact in the phone, got a man with the number 904-309-4707.
And then was another exhibit that you got from Detective Carter, State's Exhibit 110G. Is that again, a reproduction, an exact copy of the email that you
I
saw,
doubt they were sending
that she
anything to
provided you
Ace.
from the extraction of Rashad Murphy's home?
Correct.
That
Can you
was
tell me when
Rashad
this is
Murphy.
dated?
Yes, so this is approximately 3:55 a.m. on the 22nd, so the early morning hours of Saturday, June 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and our homicide occurred when again?
Approximately 4:39 a.m. on
Ex
June 23rd,
Brianna.
2024.
Okay. And does this have the name of the, this is sent through an Airbnb app, is that correct?
Correct.
And does this owner, is this shown at the top who the owner is?
Correct.
Did you yourself determine who the owner of the Airbnb that is in Tampa, who that is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Anthony Alava.
At some point during your investigation,
Oh.
did you interview Anthony Alava?
I did.
Where does Mr. Alava reside?
Out of state.
How did you conduct an interview of Mr. Alava?
Over the phone.
And was he cooperative in this investigation?
He was.
Did he provide you information about that Airbnb?
Yes.
And is that this, when he's referring to this Lagoon Oasis check-in, is that the Airbnb that you just testified to that is at 3703 Gazebo Lane here in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
And part of this email exchange, Mr. Alava is requiring what as a part of the requirement in order for Rashad Murphy to get that Airbnb here in Tampa?
A picture of his driver's license.
And was a picture of his driver's license also
When did the
obtained as
Airbnb
part of
in
that
his
exchange,
name?
that came from the extraction of the phone that was in Rashad Murphy's possession?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a driver's license, a Florida driver's license of Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
Baby, when I tell you, you can't make this up.
At some point, did you actually receive from
Alicia attempted to get an Airbnb. I don't know what fell through with her and the young lady, but Rashad ended up getting the Airbnb.
Mr. Alava video footage from the Ring camera for the time frame of when those people, or when whoever it was that rented that Airbnb here in Tampa?
Yes.
What time period was covered for the rental of that Airbnb here in Tampa?
The afternoon to evening of the Saturday the 22nd to the afternoon of Sunday the 23rd.
Not only did you get video footage from Mr. Alava of the Ring camera, did you yourself go to that Airbnb and take video footage of the Airbnb and the surrounding backyard and the parking lot of the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where is the Ring camera located at that Airbnb on 3703 Gazebo Lane in Tampa, Florida?
It's at the front door if you're looking at the door off to the left.
Is there any other Ring camera on that property?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, states exhibit number. Here at this time, we introduce into evidence states exhibit 60 and states exhibit 61A, B, 1 through 5.
Okay, admitted.
And judge, it's actually 61A through B, 1 through 5.
Okay.
Chris, they're in the back there, but I don't know if those are parents. They said that someone said Keontae said those are her parents that's back there. I'm thinking that's her stepdad. I'm looking at how light she is. I'm like, we got to explain that some kind of way.
Detective, can you show us what is being shown in this video of 60?
Yeah, we just saw the front door with the camera off to the left, and now I'm walking around.
Yeah, I remember
the
she
south
walked
side of
over
the
this
building
way.
to get to the only other door to that unit.
I don't know if you guys remember, but when she was seen on the Airbnb, they're gonna show it. She walks over to the side, but she walks over for about a minute, then she comes back, and then the door is open. So what the state assumes is that they got in through the side door or something like that, didn't go through. I don't know how you explain them getting in the house and the Airbnb didn't catch it. I don't know. But they're showing how it was made, how they could have gone on that side.
These are some parking spaces on the south side of.
And is this behind where that Airbnb is?
Correct. It's the second unit in, so this is the back gate door to that unit.
And do you have to walk down this grassy dirt path to get there?
Correct.
Well, we don't see them ever go in the house, it was my point. Somebody comes and lets her in, but I don't know where the video is of them going in the house. Maybe the defense will explain that. Maybe they did go through the front and they're just not going to show us that, because the state was basically like, hey, he's the one on camera the first day, but the second day they didn't seem to mind being on camera. So I don't know.
Is there a timestamp on this video?
Yes, bottom right, 1955.
And is that an accurate timestamp?
It is.
And what's being shown here?
Defendant Alicia Andrews came up to the door, appeared to knock on it, and then turned around and walked away.
And what's the approximate time?
1956 now. This is defendant Alicia Andrews walking into the Airbnb.
Detective, does this have audio?
Yes.
I'm going to replay it with the audio. Hold on 1 second.
She wasn't locked out that long, right, Ned. It was a minute. And she stayed with them all night. Chris, I just don't get that. I'm wondering if we're just not being shown them going through the front, because it makes no sense to hide yourself the first day, and then the second day you just don't give a damn. It just makes no sense to me.
I'm gonna pause it right there.
Yeah, she was only.
So did you
not for an hour.
obtain all of the Ring video activations for this front door from Anthony Alava?
I did.
Okay. And is this the, on June 22nd of 2024, going into the early mornings of June 23rd of 2024, is there any other video footage of anyone captured on this front door Ring camera?
No.
Okay. Based on your investigation, did you determine more than just Alicia Andrews, who's,
Rephrase.
based on your investigation, did you determine how many people were at that Airbnb during the course of June 22nd of 2024 and June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
How many people were there?
5 people.
Who were those 5 people?
The defendants in this case, Alicia Andrews and her co-defendants, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy.
You see that at the time when Miss Andrews is first shown, what was the approximate time on this video where she's seen knocking and then shortly thereafter entering into the Airbnb?
Knocking approximately 7:55 p.m. on the 22nd and entering 7:56 p.m. on the 22nd.
Did you also obtain a search warrant for the defendant's phone records, her cell site information, and time in advance for her cell phone?
I did.
The detective just showed that there's parking on the side, so they probably parked on the side and then went through the back.
And in one of these videos, can you actually see her holding a pink phone?
Yes.
And based on your looking at the time in advance records of Miss Andrews' phone, did you determine when she arrived in the area of this Airbnb, and does it correspond with her entering into this particular Airbnb?
Yeah, her phone arrived into the vicinity of the Airbnb at approximately 7:52 p.m., 3 minutes before the activation on the Ring.
Okay. Did you also obtain cell phone records for the co-defendant in this case and boyfriend to the defendant, Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And what about Sean Gaithright?
Yes.
And were you able to get cell site information, location data for both Isaiah Chance and Sean Gaithright's phone?
Yes.
And what time did both of their phones approximately arrive at this location?
Both of their phones arrived around the same time, 7:52 p.m.
And is there no other activation of this front door other than the defendant, Alicia Andrews, entering into this Airbnb?
On the 22nd, no.
Oh,
And do you see if there, can you tell me?
so did you hear that, Kat? There is no, the only time the front door is open is when she enters. So how the hell did these boys get in this Airbnb?
What is shown in this front door angle where she immediately knocks and then eventually comes back?
Yeah, so this camera is pointing east from the building to the parking spaces in front of the unit.
Okay. Are there any parking spaces that are open and empty for somebody to park in?
3 that I can see.
Do you ever see a black Chevy Impala pull up to this townhome?
No.
Do you ever see a silver Chevy Cruze pull up to this townhome?
No.
Did you have a phone record for the co-defendant Davion Murphy?
Yes.
And were you able to get cell site location and data information from Davion Murphy's phone?
Yes.
Does it show his phone arriving at this Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane in Tampa, Florida on June 22nd of 2024?
It does.
What time does he arrive?
Approximately 7:57, 5 minutes after the first 3 defendants arrived.
And do you ever see Davion Murphy enter into this front door?
No.
What about Rashad Murphy?
No.
On June 22nd of 2024?
No.
What about Sean Gaithright?
No.
And that video that we just saw where we show a back door that you have, how far do you have to walk around to get to that back door and through that gate?
It's approximately a 50 feet walk from the front door.
And is there video footage that is collected from this Ring camera from June 23rd, 2024, after the homicide had occurred?
Yes.
They did all of that, and then everybody left out the front door the next day. It makes no sense to me.
Is this from the following day after the homicides occurred?
Yes, 2:09 p.m. on June 23rd.
And who's being depicted now on this ring camera?
Isaiah Chance briefly stepped out.
And what time is it now on June 23rd of 2024?
2:58 p.m.
And what else is of note in this particular shot?
Isaiah Chance walks up to at this point in the investigation, an unrecognized vehicle.
What do we see now?
Defendant Alicia Andrews walking out.
What's she carrying?
Bags?
Day before, did you see
not
anyone
carrying
load
it.
bags into this Airbnb?
No.
That is true.
Andrews walking.
See that happened today. I'm like, where'd she get that pink bag from? Is that the Juicy Couture bag, y'all?
What do we see now?
Defendant Alicia Andrews walking out.
What's she carrying?
Bags?
Day before, did you see anyone load bags into this Airbnb?
No.
What's the timestamp, Aaron? Y'all, is that the Juicy Couture bag that he had in the back of the Forerunner? That can't be it. She definitely didn't have no bags that first day.
Who do we see there?
Davion Murphy?
Ever see him enter the Airbnb on June 22nd of
And he just came
2024?
from
No.
the side.
Is that another photo of him entering?
Correct.
Do you know where he got the stuff that he was carrying to that vehicle that's placed in the front of the camera?
It was like bullets.
Coming from, lead to eventually the back door of this Airbnb?
Correct.
Was there another individual that we just saw on this Airbnb camera?
Yes, Sean Gateway.
It's an
And again,
Uber.
on June 23rd of 2024?
Correct.
Do we have any video footage of showing how he got into this Airbnb?
No, we do not.
Crystal, the day that they arrived, the only person that comes through the front door is Alicia. So what the prosecutors are assuming, everyone else went through the side. The detective just showed us a video of him coming from the front door, going around the side, showing parking spaces and the gate. This townhome was like the second spot. What I want to say? It was the second one, the second gate when you walk to the back. So they're saying that she let them in through the back, or they went in through the back, because I could have sworn she knocked on the door and was let in. So in my mind, it sounds like someone was already there. But if you go by their cell phones, it appears that her, Isaiah, Sean got there first, and then the other two guys, which means Sean and Isaiah must have gone through the back and then let her in. She knocked on it. Okay, I'm not crazy. She knocked on the door. Yeah. She did ask her friend about the Airbnb, but it must have fallen through because it was going to be one of those, it was a scammer. Half off, it was going to be one of those. The Rashad Murphy ended up getting an Airbnb. And they spent money to go keep this boy out. Like, this is all just crazy. Right now, he knocked on the door the second day. This is the second day. This is the day after the murder.
What are we seeing here?
Now he
This
had
is co-defendant Sean Gateway coming back to the door and apparently talking to someone, giving him the code to the door.
So they had phones. They were just talking like you said.
And is that vehicle no longer there?
Yeah, yes, the vehicle SUV is gone now.
WhatsApp was coming.
Do you see any black Chevy Impala in this video?
No,
And again, what direction is he walking in?
towards the rear door.
Who's the only defendant that is not shown in this Airbnb video?
Defendant Rashad Murphy,
What's his nickname again?
Ghost 187.
Now, I want to ask you about that vehicle that is pulled up where you can see that they're loading bags into that vehicle. During the course of your investigation, did you determine what that vehicle was?
Yes, it was an Uber.
Okay. And did you do research to locate what Uber came to that address at 3703 Gosebo Lane?
Yeah, I confirmed the exact Uber.
And, Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Yes? It's 5:10, so it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and break for the evening. So we are making good progress, okay? I just want you guys to know. And I know you guys have been very patient with us and working hard, and it's greatly appreciated. So we will be on our evening recess. Just remember my previous admonition. Don't do any independent research, talk to anybody about this case, or listen, watch, or read any news accounts or social media accounts, all right? Great. See you all tomorrow morning.
Police Department, agency exhibit number for that.
And why my number's not showing like
The item 8 is 18495.
Asians of some type or lines on the jacket?
oh, yeah,
So you'll see in there, there's areas that kind of look like it dips down a little bit. In the kind of the thinner area that looks different, that will be called a land, and that's part of the rifling. And then the part that looks a little bit more raised and larger would be the groove, which is the other part, an area of the rifling.
In this item 4, you were able to determine its caliber class.
maybe about 2 hours.
Was that in part because you had the diameter of the sheriff's office report number is?
For their agency?
Yes, their
Yeah.
agency.
Yeah, their agency case number provided to me was 23-0608083.
Was that an offense in reference to a victim by the name of Charles Jones?
Forward motion will then again strip another unfired round from the magazine and load it into the chamber.
When you fired the gun, the bolt you're talking about,
Yeah, we
with an
trying to
agency
find
number of
Eric, I'm trying
24-0.
to, but
To the shooting, in this case.
okay, it must be during his.
Ooh, I don't know which case you're referring to.
I just try to make it simple. This are
The one with these,
Oh,
and the item 8, which is the Anderson, is
She said, I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, she looked real awkward. This must be it right here. She looks like she's scared for him. Okay, let's see.
2023 shooting.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
These two rifles, what are they connected to?
So I concluded that, sorry, let me refer to my notes, I apologize. That the,
Judge, I would object to the question is phrased, what are they connected to is vague.
I'm going to sustain the objection, rephrase.
What is the purpose of these, of showing these rifles to the jury?
Objection.
What is the purpose of showing why there's a safety on this firearm, on these rifles? I don't even know what the objection is at this point. There's no legal basis. It's just an objection.
Objection to the speaking.
It's irrelevant and it's improper question.
It was elicited in front of the jury.
Mr. McClellan, I'm not going to argue with you. If I allow the witness to testify, then that makes it relevant and material, okay?
And if it's relevant, then I should be able to cross-examine on it.
I'm going to sustain.
Can we come sidebar?
No,
So I can't argue. I can't come sidebar.
Mr. McClellan, please stop. It's improper,
It's disrespectful, too.
I asked to come sidebar.
and the answer is no, we don't need to sidebar it. If the witness was permitted to testify something, that makes it relevant and admissible.
I'm not arguing that, Judge. I just want to talk to her about what she testified to.
Listen, I've sustained the objection. Ask your next question.
These rifles that you were displaying earlier, they fire certain bullets.
yes, they're chambered to fire a specific caliber.
The caliber is what?
So of the item 8 rifle, it is chambered to fire 5.56 NATO caliber cartridges. And the item 8, which is the Anderson, is chambered to fire 300 blackout.
All right. The 300 blackout fire bullets.
She
are
got him
used
all
by item
thrown
eight.
off.
The 300 blackout is FDLE item 9.
Is that the one with or without the breast catcher?
I believe that's the one with the brass catcher.
With the brass catcher rifle. And then the 5.56 bullets are fired through the rifle here that does not have a brass catcher. Is that correct?
Yes.
I just try to make it simple. In this shooting, the one for Charles Jones on June 23rd of in that shooting.
Ooh, I don't know which case you're referring to. I have
Well,
many reports.
There's only one June 23rd shooting
Ooh!
for this case, right?
Okay, so this, sorry, I apologize, sir.
So in this case, the one that we're here for today, the one that Alicia Andrews is on trial for.
Objection, Your Honor. Inappropriate phrasing.
So go ahead and just answer the question if you can.
In this case, are these rifles connected to the shooting? In this
Objection.
case,
Vagueness.
Rephrase your question.
were these rifles used in the shooting?
So I determined that the projectiles I received, items 1 and 4 in this case, were inconclusive to the item .38 rifle, which is the 5.56 rifle, meaning I didn't have enough detail to say whether or not it was ID to that firearm or not.
Okay, that's for that one rifle. The one.
Correct.
Now, what about the other rifle?
For that rifle, I was able to ID it to a projectile in one of my cross-reference cases.
But not in this case.
No.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
She like. So those are not the guns.
Counsel's question about whether that rifle was utilized in this case, you didn't have enough evidence to make that determination, correct?
Yeah, based on the evidence I received, I had the 2 bullets that were inconclusive to the one rifle,
They had
and that is,
right?
and the 2 no value items, and then the one item was eliminated based on class difference, but that's all the evidence I received in this case.
The one item, the one rifle was eliminated.
The item 1 fired bullet jacket was eliminated to the item 9 rifle.
The blackout, the 300 blackout.
That is correct.
Okay. As to the other rifle, the 2 jacketed projectiles you had, you did not have enough, but all of the class characteristics met up, correct? I can rephrase. Did all the class characteristics line up?
Yes, the class characteristics were the same between the items 1, 4, and that rifle.
So you can't say if it was used or not.
Correct.
It's possible it was.
That is a possibility.
Overruled. Overruled. Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so I'm assuming the problem with him was the way he asked the question. We can go back and see. I mean, the whole point that it was, I guess maybe they're saying that it's improper because what she is saying is I couldn't tell you if these guns were used or not. One, remember they had brass catchers on the gun. So he's basically trying to say, you're showing the jury these guns and they have nothing to do with this case. The reason they're saying it's improper because that's not a fact. She's probably like 21, I think they said. It's not a fact that those guns have nothing to do with this case. It's a fact. They don't know. We don't know if these were the guns that were used or not. I don't know how that's going to carry. You just don't know. You don't know. And his question was, why are you showing them those guns when they were not used? His thing was they were not used. Why are you showing them the safety? These are not the guns from the trial. But yeah. Okay. Is that the same voice that said, my bad? Oh, I don't know. The expert can't say yes or no, so you can use evidence by guessing. Well, they don't want him to guess. Oh, Jaleesa, yesterday's soup was terrible. Yesterday, I have I'm from Memphis, and it really it's this store that sells like clothes for the Kojic women. That's really what it gave yesterday. It gave an Easter suit. And I said, Lord, who picked it out? It was her size, though. It was her size. It was my girl's size, but no. So y'all, we done made it through, and I made it off early. I have made it through. I gotta do my TikTok video, so I'm about to get off this live. Thank you guys. Thank you all so much for staying on with me today. All the super chats and memberships and the comments and liking the live, keeping the vibe right in this chat. But yes, I'm happy I made it. And tomorrow I'm gonna be watching again too. So I'll probably skip around tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, I think the lead investigator finishes. We're probably going to hear from Robert. I don't know why. And I guess the defense case is going to pop up too. So we're going to see. But bye, everybody. Everybody have a good night. I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye, y'all.